When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, a guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in the foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone. I've been held against my will twice. The first time it happened to me was when I ran into an ex at a department store. He seemed so happy to see me. We chatted for a while in the store and then went our separate ways. I was walking to my car when I felt eyes on me and looked around. I was confused to see my ex's motorcycle was now parked by my car, and he was standing there staring at me. I felt a little uncomfortable, but waved bye to him. However, it seemed he took this as a come over instead. As he walked over to me, he was laughing and saying it must be fate that we ran into each other again in the parking lot. I wasn't so sure about that, but smiled and said it was good to see him again, but that I had to get going. He looked disappointed. I started to get into my car and he asked me to wait. I got back out, turned around and looked at him. He said he had actually just gotten an apartment around the corner and really would like me to come over and see it. If I came over, it would also give us a chance to catch up some more. I said I really needed to get going. He looked around for a minute and then said that he thought he had some items of mine still and that he wanted to give them back. I knew that he had taken some of my CDs when we had split. The thought of getting them back was appealing to me, so, against my better judgment, I said okay. We went into his apartment, where he took my coat and bag. I was a little uncomfortable with him taking my bag, but thought maybe he was just trying to be polite. He then gave me the tour. It was a nice place, but I didn't have a chance to tell him that, because he was talking a mile a minute and saying he was so excited to have me there. We sat down on the couch next to each other, where he kept talking about his life. I sat there listening, but wondering when he would get my stuff so I could leave. Finally, he stopped to take a breath, and I asked him about the stuff he had mentioned. He seemed displeased that I'd brought it up. He sat there for a while longer, and then he leaned in, closer to me. I was surprised when he reached out and grabbed my hands, attempting to kiss me. I pulled back and stared at him. I said, "Bruce, this isn't going to happen." He started going on and on about how he knew we'd get back together and how he was not going to let me go this time. I started shaking my head no to what he was saying, which seemed to make him more upset. At one point, he started yelling at me about how he'd been a mess and too young to handle us, but he'd grown up now. He said he deserved another chance to prove it to me, that there was still something there. I was speechless. We'd always had a rocky relationship. The final straw was when he cheated on me with one of my best friends after we'd had a bad fight, so I had zero interest in getting back together. I started to repeat myself that it was not going to happen. When he jumped up off the couch and started pacing around the room, he was getting cagey, like an animal, telling me I couldn't say no, that I couldn't leave until he got a yes. He walked out of the room, and I looked at the door. I could make a break for it, but he had my wallet, my phone, my bag. I was still feeling like an idiot for being there when he came back. I could see when he came back, he was holding a gun in his hand. He kept walking back and forth, now in front of me on the couch. He said nothing had been right in his life since the day that I'd gone, and that he wasn't going to lose me again. I opened my mouth, and he grabbed the phone sitting on the table and threw it at the wall. It broke apart, and I just stared at him. At this point, I had a very bad feeling. I watched him continue to walk around, and I could feel his anger and frustration. I'd never seen someone look so desperate, and that was not good. He finally sat down in a chair across from me. He laid the gun down on the table near him. He was a really good-looking guy. All my girlfriends had thought I was crazy when I broke up with him the first time. I tried to explain that he was unstable, but no one listened to me. He'd worn me down after that first breakup and cycle of makeup, and then the breakup had started again. I'd finally gotten free from him, though, and it had been 2 years since I'd seen him. I sat there looking at him. My mind was having a hard time rationalizing how this cute guy with this innocent look to him was now holding me against my will, essentially having kidnapped me. As I was staring at him, I could see he was trying to get a hold of himself. He finally laughed, said that he was sorry that he was acting so nuts, but that he just couldn't let me leave. He needed me back in his life, and he would never hurt me again. I looked at him and then the gun. He shook his head and said if he used that on anyone, it would be himself. I didn't know what to say to that. I was really having an out-of-body experience. I felt like I was someone else, watching all of this take place. I looked at the clock and realized I'd been there for about 6 hours. I hadn't moved and had hardly said anything. I looked at him and forced myself to smile, which he then smiled. I said, okay, We can try again. You're right. There is still something here. I'll stay with you. You don't need to hurt yourself or anyone else, but if this is going to work, you're going to need to trust me. I really need to get to class. Folks are going to wonder where I am, and I don't want to tell anyone about this since we're getting back together. But I'll come back because you're right. We can make this work. He got up and walked over to me. He grabbed my hands and pulled me up. He wrapped me in his arms and hugged me. I soon felt tears hitting my neck as he started crying. He just kept saying, "Thank you," and "I love you so much. You'll see things will be different. I have my shit together now." I nodded my head and asked him if he could get my stuff. He said yes and walked away, but he kept looking back at me. I assume he was still making sure I was there. He handed me my things and I said, "Okay, I'll be back later." And he kissed me. I barely kissed him back. As soon as I got out the front door, I ran down the stairs and out of the building. I jumped in my car and never looked back. He called nonstop for a while after that, but I didn't answer. He came by my house and I never answered. Finally, he was gone. However, over the years, he has reached out to my friends, family members, trying to contact me a few times. Believe it or not, he still doesn't have himself together. He's been married many times, has several children, was homeless, and had a few successful businesses and then lost them. I look back and see my time with him. It was one big scary roller coaster ride, and I was glad to get off. My advice to anyone who's broken up with someone like that is don't go back. Don't meet them anywhere. Just let sleeping dogs lie. And if you're kidnapped, keep calm and try to find out what the person wants. Talking to the kidnapper can sometimes help, like in my case. Might even save a life or two. This isn't my own personal experience, but something that happened to a close friend of mine when she was living in Suginami in Tokyo. She lived in a building that was about 30 or 40 years old. The rent was cheap for Tokyo, so she didn't mind the age of the building. Let me just switch the narrative to first person at this stage, as it will flow a bit more smoothly. I was living in Tokyo alone when this happened. I didn't really ever interact with my neighbors in my new place. I don't know if it was due to the age gap between us. I was 25 and they were at least double my age. I didn't mind not speaking to them much. I liked to keep to myself. I was polite though. I used to always nod or smile at whoever I passed in the communal hallway. But I realized about 6 weeks into my life in that building that I hadn't ever met my direct neighbors. I had no idea what they looked like. But that all changed one afternoon. I had just come home from grocery shopping and a man was passing down the hall towards me. This guy stopped and was fixed on me with a kind of annoyed look, and then he said, "Do you want to stop scratching the walls at night? It's pretty hard to sleep with that noise." I literally could not understand what he was talking about. I replied to him with something along the lines of, "I'm not doing anything like that. I sleep right through the night." My neighbor shook his head quickly and said, "The next time you do that, I'll call the landlord." Then he went into his apartment and shut the door. I stood there baffled for moments with my bags of groceries, and then I headed into my place. Of course, I wasn't making any kind of scratching noise in the middle of the night. Why would anyone? I could already tell that I wouldn't be becoming best friends with that particular neighbor. The following night, I came home from work late. I was absolutely exhausted. I laid down on my bed, and before I knew it, I was asleep, fully clothed. I was in a deep sleep, but I was suddenly awoken by something. I heard a loud bang against the wall. I immediately thought about the interaction I had with my neighbor. Was he actually crazy? I hadn't been making a sound. I was incredibly irritated by being woken up. I did my best to ignore the bang and my neighbor, and I rolled on my side, trying to get back to sleep. After a few seconds, I heard this soft but present scratching sound. I guessed that he was right about something. There was a scratching sound, but it wasn't me who was making it. I guessed that it could have been a mouse or maybe even a rat. It seemed plausible for a building as old as mine. The place was practically made of wood. I figured that I would call the landlord in the morning to see if he could send in some pest control. I fell back asleep but woke up again. I sat bolt upright because I recognized the noise that had woken me up. It was my alarm clock. It was still dark out, and I could see a bright, pale moon as I hadn't bothered to close the curtains before I fell asleep. I grabbed my phone to shut off my alarm. For some reason, it had gone off at 2:50 a.m. I didn't set an alarm for that time. I sink back into my bed and close my eyes, and then just before I drift off, I hear a loud bang. This time, it wasn't the neighbor. It was my bathroom door. It had just slammed itself shut. I decided to get up and investigate. I thought that I might have left the window open in there or something. I opened the door and I entered the bathroom. I saw that the window in there was closed. I stood there puzzled, trying to grasp for a logical reason why the door slammed itself shut. And then I heard something that chilled me to my very core. I heard a very faint but feminine voice say, "Here you are." I froze. It felt like my heart was going to explode. I just heard a disembodied voice in my bathroom in the dead of the night. I was absolutely petrified. I didn't dare make a move. Then, from the other room, I heard another loud bang. A few seconds ago, I wanted nothing more than to leave my bathroom, but now I wanted to hide there. I had to take action. I couldn't just stand there. While I was thinking of what I should do, I heard another frightening noise. The scratching was back, and this time, it was louder. It was horrible. It made every hair on my body stand on end, like nails on a chalkboard. I stumbled out of the bathroom and into my bedroom. I think I was just driven by some kind of adrenaline, even though I was scared beyond belief. I wanted to know what was happening. I pushed open my bedroom door, and there in the light of the moon was a shadow on the floor against the wall. The shadow looked like a bag of bones, as if it was the silhouette of someone incredibly malnourished. There was something in the apartment with me. I felt so terrified that I thought I was going to lose my mind. I watched as this shadowy bag of bones lifted one of its bony arms and its gnarled fingers to the wall. It began scratching. I couldn't take any more. I bolted. I ran out of my apartment. I didn't even bother locking the door. It seemed to me that no lock could stop that thing from coming and going as it pleased anyway. I didn't know what I had just witnessed, but I knew that I couldn't spend another night in that place again. So, she left and stayed with a good friend, and I'm that friend who shared her story here. I helped her find a new place, and she had her dad and her 2 brothers come to box up her stuff. She's doing much better now. I just had to share her story, though. I wonder what that bag of bones thing was. I have a theory, but it's just a theory. Maybe a former resident who didn't have anyone to come and check on them somehow passed on there. Maybe that scratching was them trying to get attention. Creepy. This happened about 6 years ago. I'll never forget it. I woke up at about 3 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. I was a high school student back then and was living with my parents. In our house, we only had one bathroom, and it was downstairs. As I went downstairs, my eyes were drawn to the front door. I noticed that just by the position of the door handle, that the front door was unlocked. This actually happened quite a lot when I was in high school. I had the worst habit of leaving the door unlocked. When my parents came home from work, they would just stay home, but I liked to go out. I didn't ever stay out too late, though. I'd usually be home by 10 because one of my closest friends lived on the same street as us. We went over to each other's homes regularly. Anyway, I must have forgotten to lock the door when I came home that night. So the first thing I did when I went downstairs was lock the door. I didn't want to be in trouble in the morning. Next, I went and used the bathroom, and just as I was heading back upstairs, I heard a terrifying sound. Our door handle began to rattle. Someone was trying the door. In a house that stood in absolute silence, the sound of someone violently trying the door handle was very jarring. It jumped me out of my skin. Not really knowing what to do, I turned to face the door. I guess I wondered at the time if there was someone from my family behind that door. A family member who had just stepped out and now that I'd locked the door, couldn't get back in. Maybe someone realized that we were out of something that we would really need in the morning time. Possibly they came and went to the convenience store. These thoughts all seemed plausible to me at the time. I thought that I should probably just unlock the door before whichever family member was out there got angry at me. I turned to head back to the door, but for some reason I hesitated on picking up the key from the bowl on the table by the door. Something just didn't feel right. It was around 3 a.m., and I was sure that no one would be out that late. I decided to go upstairs quickly and see if anyone wasn't home. I slowly creaked open my parents' bedroom door and took a peek inside. I expected to see one half of the bed vacant, but it wasn't. Both of my parents were sleeping soundly in their bed. So that left me with one unanswerable question. Who was trying our front door a few moments ago? I stood at the top of the stairs thinking about this for a few seconds, and then I began to creep downstairs, one step at a time. I think a part of me was thinking that there was some sort of emergency, because this kind of thing just didn't really happen in my town. No one came to your house in the night, ever. I just thought that I should try to find out who was out there. I got to about halfway down the stairs, but then I froze. The door handle started rattling like crazy. The person who had a hold of the door handle on the other side of the door was forcing their weight down on it as they tried to open it. The door was making this horrible metal clunk as the handle was tried. It was shaking the whole frame of the door. I stood there, almost whimpering, frozen, trying not to attract attention for about 30 seconds, and all the while, that door handle rattled like crazy. After those 30 seconds were up, I heard a heavy thud against the bottom of the door. It seemed to me as if someone had tried one final attempt to kick the door in. After that final kick, the house fell back into silence, and whoever was out there, it seemed as if they had left. The following morning, our neighbors were all out in the street talking by the time I had left for school. A number of the cars in our neighborhood had flat tires. Someone had been out there last night slashing tires. I was so shaken by the whole series of events that it took me 2 years after it all happened to be comfortable with walking home alone again. I know it doesn't sound like all that much happened, but it was very traumatic for me. Even now, I torture myself by trying to figure out what that person came to our house for that night, and what might have happened if I didn't need to use the bathroom at 3 a.m. If I'd stayed asleep for a few minutes longer, then I think that whoever was trying the door might have gotten in. And if they were slashing tires, then I guess that means they came with a weapon. I often wonder about what the purpose of their visit might have been, why they picked our house that night. The not knowing is almost as scary as it was that night. I remember my parents saying that the police never made an arrest. It scares me that whoever did this is still out there. There's a comment on this message board that I want to share with you. The same kind of thing happened to my mother. She was staying up late at home, preparing for a family event, doing what a mom does, trying to be prepared for it. This old man from our neighborhood came on up to the door. He was really drunk, but my mom didn't know that at the time. She just thought that he had come to the door because there was some kind of emergency. She opened the door to him, and he just started rambling about the police and the local government and how much he hated them. My mom was involved in local politics at the time, so I think that's why he came to our home. My mom just let the guy ramble, tried her best not to provoke him. She wanted him gone as quick as possible. My mom can be really fiery sometimes and not afraid to tell people what she really thinks. But that night, she said that her gut feeling told her to just stay cool and composed. She said she even tried to joke around with the old man at her door. Seeing that he was changing his mood, she became a little more relieved. She had de-escalated him, and he was actually smiling. He turned to leave our porch, but before he did, he decided to share something with my mom. He said the following: "I was thinking of coming over here tonight and using this." He then pulled out a huge kitchen knife from the back of his waistband. "But you know what? You're all right." And with that, he left. My mother said that she began to hyperventilate as soon as she had closed and locked the door for the night. It was good thinking from my mother that saved her that night, and I think that kind of thinking may have saved the original poster in this story, too. Stay safe out there, everyone. Trust your gut in those early hours of the morning or late hours of the night. You just never know. It might save your life. At first, I didn't know if this belonged here, but it actually completely does, so on that note, let's proceed. My sister moved to New England at the beginning of March 2019. She and her husband, Lou, purchased a beautiful forever home after they got married. This was all against my parents' wishes, and the relationship eventually blew up in her face. Let's put it this way. It was her first beautiful wedding. It was his third. But geez, I'm really getting into stuff that has nothing to do with the actual story, so let's take it back. Sis moves to New England at the start of March. Mid-May, she calls me in hysterics. She's out of breath, trying not to project her voice while sobbing into the phone. I asked her what was wrong. She tells me that she thinks there's demons in the house, but Lou doesn't believe her. Our family follows the word of Jesus, and hearing my sister screaming about demons sent my attention into red alert. Right before she called me, she told me she was taking a shower. Lou's out of town, so when she saw a silhouette standing on the other side of the matte glass shower door, she screamed. She almost slipped. When she caught herself, she looked back towards the door. The silhouette was gone. But before that, she says that stuff around their house had gone missing, or stuff would end up in a completely different place from where they last put it. My sister is extremely OCD, and so she immediately noticed the oddities around the house, but she kept them to herself for the most part. She certainly never told me, until the silhouette. The terror set in for her a lot more while Lou was gone on business, and the disappearing acts continued. This was the first time the entity presented itself in physical form. It solidified my sister's conspicuous beliefs about everything that had been happening up to that point. A big house echoes a lot louder when you're alone, is one of the depressing quotes my sister would tell me. Apparently, her footsteps weren't the only ones to make noise up and down the hallways. She didn't care to chase the demon, though. She waited until morning, and then drove 4 hours back to mine and my parents' house. We live right next to each other. My dad's the one who taught us about the Holy Spirit, so he took it upon himself to drive back to my sister's place and disperse that evil energy plaguing her home. When they got there, it did not go at all how either of them expected. As they walked inside, my dad held his Bible close to his chest. Then, they heard the toilet upstairs flush, and the sink turned on. Demons don't use the bathroom, right? My dad didn't think so. He ushered my sister to stay where she was, and he starts to quickly and quietly make his way up the stairs towards the upstairs restroom. When the faucet turns on, my dad gets in a caveman-looking fighting stance, ready for the door to open, and confident a demon won't be what exists on the other side of that door. Dad Fireman kicks the door right when it unlatched, sending some homeless 40-year-old creep backwards into the counter behind him. Before the guy can get up, my dad gives him an old-school ass-whooping, mainly to make sure that he didn't get away before the cops got there. My sister called the cops, and they came to pick the creep up. Another cop comes to look around. They discover that he's been living in the attic since before they moved in. How was this missed by the inspection? Well, obvious answer is that they cut corners. And I guess that's the downside of having these things done while you're out of state. You gotta have a lot of trust in companies, which are just people that you don't know. The police also later alluded to the fact that the man likely suffered from schizophrenia. After the cops would leave, my dad would do some more digging. He found a makeshift tunnel that was hidden, even little passageways that this guy had built for himself in the attic that connected through the walls of the house, all stemming from their attic. They also found most of their missing stuff, aside from jewelry. The guy had also kept a butcher knife up there. Less than 3 months later, we'd all find out that Lou was cheating on my sister with a coworker. My sister ended up moving in with my family for a couple of months before she ended up in a new place of her own. And this time, we all went to the inspection, which I highly recommend if you're in a position of buying a home. You trust your inspector, or better yet, get a second opinion if you can't view it yourself. Several years ago, my computer and webcam were hacked. I'm not great with technology or malicious malware for that matter, so I don't quite understand how they did it, but I know how it happened. It was late 2005. I'm in a chat room, a music chat with a bunch of locals talking to each other about random music. I was chatting about the White Stripes show that I'd gone to with this guy that I'd met in the chat. After a bit of back and forth, we sent each other an individual message. We were talking for a while, and then he sent me a message with a link. He said it was, quote-unquote, one of the best Stripes covers he'd ever heard. So, I clicked the link. It didn't work, but I just thought that it was because my computer wasn't compatible with whatever was needed to play the video. We continued our conversation, and a few minutes later, he asked me how much the posters on my wall cost. I froze. I did have posters on my wall at the time, but so do a lot of people. There was no way that he could know that for sure, right? He was just messing with me. What do you mean? I asked. The Radiohead poster. That one's really cool. Where'd you get that from? Came the reply. I was horrified. I for sure had a Radiohead poster on my wall, directly behind me. There was no way that he could have worked out that I was into Radiohead, not based on our conversation in the chat. We hadn't even mentioned more than a couple of bands. I was adamant in convincing myself that this individual was simply fortunate in making accurate guesses. But it also crossed my mind that he could be a close friend in real life who was playing a prank on me. So I typed back, "Don't know what you mean, man. The only poster I've got is a Resident Evil one." I didn't really have one, but I wanted him to accept that he was unsuccessful in trying to scare me. He responded, "Huh, really? Weird. I see the Radiohead poster, and I can see what looks like a Modest Mouse poster, but I don't see Resident Evil." I was stunned. He was totally right. I had both of those posters behind me. This had to be one of my friends. I was pretty sure that it was my friend Jesse. He's the only one that would do this kind of thing, pranks and stuff like that. He knew that I would go into this chat sometimes. Plus, he'd been to my place more than a few times, so he would definitely know what my room looked like. I called Jesse. It went straight to voicemail. I began leaving a voicemail telling him that I knew it was him when I saw that this guy was typing in the chat. I saw 3 words. I'm not Jesse. This was insane. It was honestly horrifying. He had access to my webcam and my microphone. I was shocked. I basically threw myself on the floor and dove to the outlet where everything was plugged in. I was carelessly ripping out every plug there was, computer, charger, whatever. The computer had turned off. I dashed into my room, threw my duvet cover over the computer after unplugging the microphone. I dashed to the corner of my room and I just huddled there, completely unsure what the fuck to do next. What I came to realize, or I guess became paranoid about, was if he was able to get my webcam, my microphone so easily, did that mean that he could somehow get a GPS on where my computer was, therefore exactly where I lived in the city? It was all overwhelming, and maybe it was me overreacting, but at the time, I was terrified. I then got up, dashed to every window, locked it, double-locked the front door, even went as far as putting heavy things in front of the front door. Eventually, I phoned one of my friends and asked if I could stay at their house. They agreed. As I hung up, I felt a little better, but I knew I needed to call my uncle, who was really good with computers. He would know what to do. He arranged for my computer to be debugged the next day. He assured me that the guy couldn't find out exactly where I lived, that I wasn't in any danger. I didn't press him on how he knew this or why I should believe it. I just accepted it, because anything else was honestly too terrifying to think about. But, he was right. I ended up being perfectly fine. My computer was repaired. I stayed at my friend's house for a couple of days before reluctantly going home, looking over my shoulder constantly, of course. The shop had put this privacy thing over my webcam, but I was honestly still so paranoid that it itself was some sort of device. I removed it. I just went with good old-fashioned tape. It was a good lesson on online safety. It's stuff that's just known now, obviously, but for anyone who doesn't know, don't click strange links or links from people you don't know. You never know what their intentions are. When I was a kid, my mom always cooked black-eyed peas and cabbage for New Year's. It's supposed to bring good luck and money for the coming new year. But since I hate both, I would always drop the food out my window. We lived in the country with lots of woods and wildlife, so I knew it would be gone by morning. It worked like a charm until I was 14. As always, I threw the food out the window. I waited 15 minutes and then took my plate into the kitchen. The worst part was how my mom always said, "See, that wasn't such a bad trade, was it?" The disgruntled teen in me was desperate to inform her I hadn't participated in their ritual since I was 7. But that would have just resulted in receiving a fresh plate. I had actually promised myself I would save that pleasure for the New Year's after my 18th birthday, but ironically, this was my final year to throw out the food. After returning to my room, I began playing my Xbox and forgot all about the cabbage and peas until I heard something walking through the snow outside my window. Thinking a possum had already come for the food, I just ignored it. But then there was it was almost like a grunting noise, like an actual pig at a trough. In other words, this definitely wasn't a possum. I went to see what it could be, more curious than scared at this point, and glanced down to see a giant black shape crouch beneath my window. There was just enough light from the moon and the porch to see it greedily shoveling handfuls of food into its mouth. Handfuls. It had hands. It was way too big to be a raccoon. If not for how unnatural it appeared, I would have automatically assumed it was a human. But this thing definitely wasn't human. I swear. For starters, its legs were way too long, and the knees bent into sharp points that stuck out sideways. If you were to crouch down like this, your knees would be at a slight angle, and these were fully pointed out sideways at right angles. Likewise, its elbows seemed to bend inwards, and it made it seem as if it was shoveling food into its mouth with the back of its hand. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, and it immediately looked up at me, dropping its food. Where its eyes should have been were just two small lights, like someone extracted only the soft glow of two nightlights and inserted them into the monster's eye sockets. It saw me, and I wanted so badly to dive under my bed, but I was frozen in place. The creature sneered at me, showing off its impressive fangs. Its mouth and snout were reminiscent of a wolf's. Then, it stood on its hind legs, and even though the bottom of my window was at least 5 feet high or more, its eyes were now dead even with my own. The light in my room was bright enough that I could now tell that this thing was covered in coarse fur. It looked like the bristles of a wire brush, like it would hurt just to touch it. There's no telling how long we stood there that way. If it hadn't moved, I probably would have remained frozen until the sun rose. But it began sniffing at the air, like it was trying to decide if I smelled tasty. Then it took another step closer, and the spell was finally broken. I screamed and ran from my room, crying for my parents like a little kid. They couldn't understand my words, but something was clearly very wrong. Even if I'd been capable of speaking, I wouldn't have known what to say. Instead, I dragged my dad to my room where I stood in the hallway and pointed to my window. While he went to look, Mom came to stand with me, and I could feel her shaking as well. Dad didn't say anything at first. He just seemed confused, but then he turned on his phone's flashlight to look again. This time he noticeably stiffened and closed my curtains as he stepped away. He said nobody was there anymore and asked if I could describe whoever I saw. I hesitated, not understanding why he assumed I saw a person when I hadn't actually said anything, but all I could do was stutter. My mom was panicking, repeatedly asking what he saw, until he finally said that there were footprints beneath my window. They were too large to belong to an animal, but the toes were shaped so strangely, too strangely for a human. He wanted to go outside for a closer look, but I became completely inconsolable at the thought. I was fully convinced the creature would kill my dad if he even opened the front door. Thankfully, Mom made him stay inside, and though fresh snow had covered the tracks by morning, Dad found claw marks around my window. He said it looked like a bear had been scratching at it, but we don't have bears around here. I never told them exactly what I saw. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. Even my dad never admitted exactly what he thought those footprints were shaped like. I was fortunate enough never to see the creature again, and I also never threw food out my window again, but yeah, I still think about it every single New Year's. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but it seems like a lot of people say they feel better after sharing their own experiences. So, I figured what the hell, maybe if I just embrace what happened, I can finally stop having these yearly flashbacks. Last year, New Year's ended up being pretty crazy. It honestly set the tone for the rest of the year, so I'm happy to see this one come to a close. It's obviously been about a year since the incident, but it still gives me goosebumps every time I think about it. So, here's what went down. My friends and I decided to celebrate the new year at a popular bar in Capitol Hill. Now, I won't name the bar, but let's just say that it's well known for its vibrant atmosphere and eclectic crowd. We were excited to ring in the new year and have a great time, which is usually the case when you decide to step out and celebrate. As the night progressed, a man caught our attention. He seemed harmless at first, but there was something off about him. He hovered near our group, making us feel pretty uncomfortable, with his intense gaze, accompanied by no words for the longest time. He approached us with a strange, forced smile, striking up a conversation that wasn't immediately intelligible. This man, who we later learned went by the name of Eric, started making creepy remarks that made our skin crawl. The first that we could understand through his mumbles was, "Can I pay you guys?" Which he then said even louder to one of my friends, "Can I pay you guys to take your clothes off somewhere private?" My friend was trying to relay the messages between us as he made inappropriate comments about our appearances. I don't even want to repeat most of them, but they usually involved us being naked and how our bodies were sexy, but also things like "you fucking whores," followed by laughter. Lots of unsettling, creepy things as his eyes lingered on us for far too long. It was evident that he was making us feel uneasy, and the friendly atmosphere of the bar quickly turned sour for us. By the time we all knew what was going on, we had managed to get away from him, or at least we thought we did. But we turned around, and there he was. But to make matters worse, Eric began invading our personal space. He would lean in too close, invading our personal boundaries, and he escalated to touching us, which made us cringe. It was clear that he had no concept of personal space or respect for our comfort levels. We desperately wanted to escape his clutches and enjoy the rest of our night in peace. My friend went to grab security for the club, but in those few moments before they arrived, we felt like sitting ducks. After enduring his unsettling presence for what felt like an eternity, we decided enough was enough. We made a plan to ditch him discreetly, hoping he wouldn't follow. We headed in the direction of the bathrooms at first, but then a beeline for security. We made it to our friend and pointed in the direction of the man, but we didn't stick around to find out what happened. We were relieved that someone else knew about him and that we had managed to escape his creepy, prying eyes. We decided that that was the last that we'd see of him, and we made our way to another club. Halfway there, we noticed that just behind a group of maybe 3 or 4 people was Eric. Most of us noticed him immediately upon looking, but a couple kept walking. We ducked into a restaurant after calling after them. The place was absolutely packed, as was everywhere on New Year's. But this was also the kind of place that wasn't welcoming walk-ins. We explained the situation to the hostess and said that we just wanted to wait for someone that we felt was potentially dangerous and following us to pass. We watched as he almost passed the restaurant, only to stop and open the door. Surprised by the amount of people, he at first didn't see us. Then he spotted either me or my friend or both and started walking towards us, only to be interrupted by a man who'd heard us telling the story to the hostess. The man told Eric to leave, to turn around and get out of the restaurant. He didn't put up any sort of fight. He didn't like that sort of attention on him. That was clear. Before leaving the restaurant ourselves, we called our 2 friends who'd kept walking. I got a hold of one, who was with the other. She'd heard us say that it was him and to come here, but since they were far ahead of us, they just kept walking for a minute, where she explained to our other friend that they needed to duck into the next bar or restaurant because the dude from the club was following them. She then said moments before my call, she had watched the guy start flipping out after leaving our restaurant, He was waving his arms, screaming at random people, and eventually took off in the opposite direction of downtown. Even though he was leaving the festivities, we ended up calling it a night early. Didn't even watch the ball drop or anything from the apartment. We didn't feel too sorry for ourselves, though. After all, we were all right? Fast forward a couple of months later, we stumbled upon a news story that made our stomachs drop and absolutely blew our minds. The same man, Eric, who'd made our New Year's Eve so uncomfortable. He'd been arrested for a heinous crime in a town not too far from Seattle. The news reported that he had stabbed and killed a couple in a horrifying act of violence. Learning about the fate of that man, we couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if we hadn't managed to escape that night. It was a sobering reminder of how important it is to trust our instincts and look out for each other's safety. So, trust your gut. If someone gives you the creeps, don't hesitate to remove yourself from the situation. Stay safe out there. Always be aware of your surroundings. This was about 16 years ago. It was just another early morning shift for me at the post office. I was lost in my own thoughts, methodically sorting through the letters and parcels, when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye, just outside the window. I glanced up, expecting to see a stray dog or perhaps a coworker coming in early. But what I saw left me frozen in place. There, hovering against a pre-dawn sky, just a few feet off the ground, was a sight that defied explanation. A shining, metallic object, sleek and, for lack of a better word, otherworldly. At the time, it could only be described as looking like something out of a science fiction movie. Suspended in the air, emitting this glow. Maybe nowadays people could try to shape their drones like this, but the object, its shape seemed to shift and shimmer. Something I don't even think holographic paint could accomplish. The object seemed to be casting an ethereal glow, unlike anything I'd ever seen in the sky or otherwise. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The feeling of awe, the tinge of fear, but mostly the sense of wonder was all washing over me, all as I tried to comprehend what I was actually seeing. I was so distracted by its iridescent glow, its sleek and oval shape. How long had I been standing there, transfixed by this seemingly impossible thing? It felt really hard to tell. Time seemed to stand still as I watched the object hang in the air, its presence slightly unsettling yet amazing. I searched frantically for any sort of wires or string, something to indicate that this was fabricated by a human as a joke, a prop, but I came up short and instead found myself just mesmerized by the thing. But as I continued to stare, a deep sense of unease crept over me. I shouldn't be here, repeated in my mind, but it didn't even seem to be my own thought. The sheer impossibility of what was happening, what I was witnessing. It gnawed at my mind as a chill ran down my spine. That's when I realized that moving or simply looking away wasn't that simple. I found myself trying hard, only I couldn't take my eyes away. But my hands, I could move those. I fumbled across the desk with my hands, searching for my phone, desperate to capture some sort of evidence of this object. But as quickly as I'd started moving, and as quickly as it had seemed to appear, it vanished. One moment it was there, a silent but obvious object in the sky, and the next it had vanished without a trace. I felt a surge of disorientation, maybe disbelief, my heart racing in my chest, and for the next hour or so, I had to keep retelling myself what had happened. It was like the memory wanted to disappear, like a dream. The rest of the day, my thoughts were consumed by the encounter. I couldn't shake that feeling that had seized me during those moments, the lingering sense that something unknowable was hovering just beyond the walls of the post office. Days turned into weeks, and then still, to this day, I find myself scanning the skies at every opportunity, half hoping for another glimpse and half dreading the possibility of encountering something again. In '98, I was 10 and living with my family in Illinois. Dad moved us there after Mom died, and he remained a few years later. At the time this story took place, it was just the three of us and my baby sister. We had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. The backyard was closed in by an 8-foot privacy fence, and we had a large metal shed in the middle. One night, around 11 p.m., my dad and stepmom were watching TV in their room. The baby was sleeping in the nursery, and I was playing Nintendo 64 in my room. The master bedroom had sliding doors to a balcony which overlooked the backyard, and from bed, Dad could see out of them perfectly. My window also faced the same direction, and I could also see mine from where I sat playing. Suddenly, a bright purple flash illuminated the sky. It looked exactly like lightning. If nothing would have happened afterwards, there would have been no question that's exactly what it was. My window was cracked open, and worried about rain, I paused my game to close it. But as I got closer, a new light appeared out of the darkness. It was like a new star appeared, except this one was much brighter and had an almost purple tint to it. The light was only solid for a single instant. Then it began to flicker and move in a distressed pattern. I'm not sure how else to describe this part. It was kind of like a bug that had a bad wing. You know how it kind of spirals as it slowly descends until it finally crashes? It was oddly identical to that, only the descent was much faster. I would lose sight of it when the light flickered off, but then it would reveal itself with another flash. When it was low enough to see the shape, it reminded me of a large egg laying on its side. It wasn't very big. I doubt a grown man could have fit inside, maybe a woman or a child. That was about the time I realized it was going to crash really close to us, and I ran upstairs for my dad. He and my stepmom were watching from their balcony. I started to ask him what it was, but when he turned towards me, I saw how frightened he looked. He sent me downstairs to lock my window and check the others while my stepmom got my sister from the nursery. I had gotten too scared and ran before seeing where it actually landed, but when I locked my window, I saw one last flash of light flicker behind the shed. Then there was a bang that sounded like a gunshot. I didn't even check the other windows or doors. I just ran back upstairs where my sister was now asleep in her car seat inside the master closet. All the lights were off, and my stepmom was watching out the balcony door while on the phone with 911. Dad was loading his shotgun and, without looking up, told me to get in the closet with my sister. I didn't want to, but I had never heard him use that tone before. I got into the closet without saying a word and crawled beneath a pile of clothes. I know it sounds horrible, but I was still jealous of having a new baby in the house. Part of me hoped that whatever came would just take her and not notice me. I'm not sure how long I had been there when I heard my stepmom scream, but Dad shushed her right away. And I didn't hear another sound until they got us out of the closet hours later. I'm not sure how long we were actually there, but it wasn't daylight yet. I was told that a weather balloon had landed behind our shed, and then the police came to take it away. But I never believed that story. I didn't even know what a weather balloon was, but I knew Dad was lying. I tried asking about it a few times over the years, but I got a different story until a few days ago. I didn't really expect to tell anyone else, but I just can't let this thing go, and I don't have anyone else to talk to. Dad just got divorced, and he's been staying with me while his wife moves out. This last weekend is when the paperwork was finalized, so he got pretty drunk, and I seized an opportunity. This mystery has plagued me for 25 years, and I just wanted a real answer. Or I thought I did. Now I actually kind of regret knowing. When my stepmom screamed, it was because she saw some kind of mutated creature peek out from behind the shed. It had a weirdly shaped head, large hands, but tiny arms, and it was the size of a child. When she screamed, it looked right at her and ducked back behind the shed. But before it went, it blinked sideways, meaning its eyelids closed to a vertical slit instead of horizontal like ours. She and Dad both saw it. That bang that I had heard, it was some kind of mini implosion. We couldn't see it because of the shed, but it left a small crater where the object seemed to have collapsed in on itself. Nothing was left except for a small hole and a few scorch marks. But one of the things that frightened Dad the most was how quick the government covered it up. Real police were only there for a few minutes, and they refused to go into the backyard. They said that their orders were to only secure the location. Then, a bunch of feds showed up and sent the officers away. A few of them stayed inside to conduct their interviews, well away from any windows, while a bunch of people in hazmats erased any trace of whatever had landed in our yard. They said filling the hole in now was a safety measure provided by our tax dollars. Dad claimed that I had been asleep through the whole event. He said something about the whole thing seemed wrong, like we were one wrong answer away from disappearing ourselves. He and my stepmom never said a word about the creature to the feds, only that they saw some kind of meteor land behind the shed. This seemed to make the government men happy, and once their business in our yard was concluded, they left without any issue and didn't contact us again. The next morning, Dad went out to look at the yard and found no evidence that anything had occurred at all. He would have sounded crazy if he tried to tell anyone. We kept a closer eye on the sky after that, but other than the few times I tried asking for the truth, the whole thing might as well have been a dream. This happened around 20 years ago. After dropping out of high school, I was working a few part-time jobs. They were pretty much consuming every day of my life. The school I attended was one of those super high-pressure ones, where everyone's parents are forcing their kids to study all of the time so they can graduate and get into all the best universities. All of my friends were studying just as much as I was working, so I guess that's why all my friendships from school dwindled away. Maybe they didn't want to hang out with a dropout, or maybe that's what their parents didn't want. The only friends I had were the ones I made at work. Most of these friends were on average about 2 years older than me. One night, one of these friends mentioned a place in the next city over, which was supposed to be haunted. It was a hotel. He was talking up the idea of all of us going and checking it out. The story goes, the hotel was abandoned during construction due to financial reasons. The hotel was close to being fully built and they just left it. It has been rumored that it is a local hangout for troublemakers and gangs. The rumor goes that there was a kind of lynching in the unused hotel. A woman was beaten and subsequently killed. There's also a rumor of a suicide on the roof. Again, another female. We all planned to go and see if we could see anything creepy there that night. So I had dinner and waited for my older friends to come and pick me up. We decided to go in the dead of night because 1, it would be a bit spookier, and 2, hopefully we would be harder to spot by the police or curtain-twitching neighbors in the dark. The hotel was located just off a national highway, and thanks to the street lights and the lights off the passing cars, we could see pretty well. It seemed like a completely normal hotel, and I was a little disappointed, yet somewhat relieved. We snuck in through a broken window and headed to the rooftop. It was then that we learned, even though the hotel looked fully constructed from the outside, there wasn't very much of anything on the inside. It was just bare concrete in there. There was no sense of life. It didn't look like it was part of reality, almost. Like the back rooms, I guess. I still wasn't the least bit scared at this point. None of us four claimed to have the second sight either. We couldn't sense the presence of the paranormal at all, and we didn't have any idea what we were supposed to be looking for either. I mean, should we have tried to do a seance, or a kokori-san, or something? We didn't know. So we looked around on the roof for a while and found a few things. Clearly, someone had had a little picnic party up there. And there were signs of something else they might have been up to up there, if you know what I mean. Finding this stuff caused us to kind of forget where we were and relax a little. We began to get a bit louder and a bit more comfortable. We brought alcohol, so we had a drink on the roof, looking out at the lake behind the hotel. It was pretty sweet. We messed around drinking for about 2 hours or so, and then we got bored and decided to go check out the hotel. I guess the booze had given us a little more confidence. When we got to the ground floor, we realized that there was a basement that we hadn't seen on the first look around. I was quite surprised that we missed it. It was almost as if it had suddenly appeared. There was now a bit of an atmosphere in the empty building. We all agreed that something felt different. Something we couldn't put our finger on. One of my friends then decided that he would be the first to say, "Let's go down there." So we began our descent into the basement. We went pretty slowly. It was incredibly dark down there. It was narrow and there were puddles of water down there. Even though it was summer, it felt downright freezing in the basement. It wasn't like any of the other rooms in the hotel. We were solely reliant on the light from the flashlights we had. We approached a door at the end of the passageway, and then I felt a chill, the likes of which I haven't felt before or since, on my back. It was as if this icy chill went straight through me. I still remember it as I typed these words. It was like a current of electricity passed through my body. I felt some kind of convulsion which started at the base of my spine and then ran up to my shoulders. As this happened, one of my friends uttered a sharp yelp of horror. I was about to say to everyone, "Let's get out of here," but I found that I couldn't speak. Like I said, there were 4 of us, and I was at the front with a friend, and it was one of the 2 in the back who made that yelp. I turned to see him running at full speed back towards the stairs. He was screaming the most maddening scream. It echoed around the narrow passage. It was truly disturbing. I looked at my friend at the front, who was the oldest, and I guess the most confident and strongest of our little group. Even he couldn't keep his composure, and when he started running back toward the stairs, I made sure I was right next to him. We didn't stop until we got back to where we had parked the car. When we got back to the car, the friend who ran first was still clearly upset and frightened by something. It was really weird to see someone older than you at that age literally shake with fear. When he calmed down a little, we asked him about what had happened, and he said that he saw something. He said that he saw the face of a woman right at the back of the hallway when he turned around. She was on the right side of the stairs that we had climbed down in the place where we didn't shine our flashlights the first time we came down. He said that her face was expressionless and blank, but he saw others, a man and another woman. He said that there could have been 5 or 6 faces. It was like they came right out of the shadows. He said his fight or flight instinct kicked in and he just bolted. Something deep down told him to get out as soon as possible. They quickly left the place because even though we didn't see what he did, I'm certain that we all experienced that same chill. I am convinced that we weren't alone down there. We went to an all-night restaurant and stayed up until the sun came up, and then we all went home. Nothing really changed for me after I went to that hotel. People kept on saying it was haunted, and some say there's a basement, while others vehemently claim there is no basement. I never went back to find out, so I can't tell you. All I know is I was in that basement. I moved to a bigger city after a few years and lost touch with the friends I made at work. I did bump into the sister of a friend who saw the faces in the basement, and I asked about him. Sadly, he took his own life in the lake by the hotel. He left no note. I often think about that guy and that hotel, sometimes by choice and other times not. This happened when I was in university. My university wasn't in the same town or state that I lived in, so I couldn't commute. I wasn't exactly rich either, so I began the difficult hunt for a cheap apartment. I went to view an apartment which was in my price range, and I was really hoping to get it because I couldn't find anything else quite as cheap as that apartment, especially in the area. I felt like I was on to a winner. I was a little apprehensive, but it was the only place I could afford. When I was shown the apartment, it was described as pretty old and dingy. Not amazing, but not terrible. One thing I noticed that was strange was that the bathroom door seemed new. Its paint wasn't as faded as the rest of the paint in the apartment. I asked the landlord about it, and he said that they had to change the door because sometimes it got stuck and wouldn't open. Fair enough, I thought. The first 3 months flew by without issue, and I was enjoying my own space. That all ended one night when I woke up in the dead of night to hear a scratching sound. I went to go and check for the cause of that sound. I turned on the light and got out of bed, and suddenly the scratching stopped. That spooked me a bit, but since it stopped and I was tired, I just ignored it, turned out the light, and went back to bed. The next day I was watching TV in the afternoon, and I heard the scratching again. I pressed the mute button and waited. There was the scratching again. I stomped on the floor, and the scratching stopped. It sounded like it could be cockroaches or some sort of bug. Thinking back on it, I realized how wrong I was. It was a very strange sound. I heard those noises every day from then on. It was never at the same time. The scratching came in random intervals. I started to spend more and more time out of my apartment because of this. I guessed that those noises were probably still occurring, even when no one was home. One night when I was in the apartment, the noise was so awful it really got to me. It woke me up in the middle of the night. Another sound began to accompany the scratching sound. It was a gurgling. Whatever was making it seemed to be either frightened or stressed. I got out of bed and began to search for the cause of those creepy noises. Something deep down told me to leave it and go in search of it in the morning. I was now a bit freaked out by it. When morning came the next day, I got up as usual and started watching TV. I was a hard-working student, as you can tell. I was still thinking at this point that I had an infestation in the apartment. I heard the noises and I shot to my feet. It was coming from the bathroom. It was like something was scratching at the bathroom door. I banged on the door hoping it would stop it, like the stomp had stopped it before. But this time I was wrong. I knocked on the door and then the scratching changed to a scuffling kind of tapping. I smacked my palm on the door and it didn't stop. The tapping continued. I didn't like it at all. The tapping grew louder to a banging sound. The thudding on the inside of the door was making the door swell with impact and vibrating through the floor. I knew that it wasn't any infestation. I knew that there was no one on the other side of that door, too. Usually there was no one in the apartment building during the day except for me and the landlord. I stood there, frozen. I was worried that the landlord was going to come up to my apartment, shout at me for the noise, and then suddenly, abruptly, it stopped. I had to check. I didn't want to, but I needed to know if something was in there. I opened the door as slowly as I could. I was bracing myself for whatever was going to happen next. I saw long scratches and dents on the other side of the door. I was really scared and I couldn't stand being alone in my apartment, so I headed down to the landlord's apartment, and when he answered the door, I blurted out what had just happened. He didn't seem that fazed, and then the reason for that was revealed. It was as if he had heard my story time and time again. He followed me upstairs so I could show him the scratches. He sighed, and then told me about a former resident. According to the landlord, there was a woman who tried to take her own life by using a poisonous gas in the bathroom. Apparently, during her attempt, she changed her mind and tried to get out of the bathroom. Like the landlord explained at the start of this story, the old bathroom door sometimes didn't open, and it got stuck. She couldn't get out. The police's suspicion is that the young woman began to kick and bang with her fists against the door to try to get the attention of anyone nearby. Sadly, she was unable to escape, and even if someone happened by, they wouldn't have been able to get inside because her front door was locked. In her final moments, however long or short they were, she must have dropped to her knees and fell forward onto her stomach. She scratched at the door, leaving marks like the ones I saw that day. The sound that I had been hearing was maybe the sound of her scratching. The landlord then said, "Look, I have a lot of tenants in here, and I tell them the same thing when they realize that an accident happened in here. I probably should have told you, hey, sorry. Look, the thing is, if you hear the scratching and you show her that you noticed it and that you're aware of it, she always stops. Same with the banging. I can paint over the scratch marks if you want. No charge. How about that?" I was so angry. He should have told me before I moved in. This wasn't a joke to me. I told him that I was out of there. I went upstairs to get my things. I threw as much as I could into a suitcase and I burst into the streets. I'm now completely free from all mysterious phenomenon, but I often think about the poor woman and the noises I heard in that apartment. This happened just before Christmas 2019, and I guess it popped into my mind again recently due to it being Christmas season. December 2019, I was traveling by train back to my hometown. When I arrived at the train platform, I started walking toward the ticket machines. As I approached, there was an attendant standing by the machines. As soon as he turned and saw me, he loudly said to me, "Well, finally, you're here. I've been waiting 30 years for you to show up." I thought that was a very weird thing to say, especially since I was only 21 at the time. At a guess, the attendant was in his 50s. The way he said it was very happy and sincere, not sarcastic or even in a joking tone. Unfortunately, I was very shy and awkward, so I didn't ask what he meant. Now I wish I had. Then he asked if he could help me with anything, so I asked him to help me buy a ticket, as I'd never used the ticket machines before. As I was buying the ticket, he kept making really intense eye contact and looking at my face as if he recognized me and was trying to figure out if I was who he thought I was. I had only moved to the area 3 months before and have no family there, so he couldn't have mistaken me for an older relative of mine. I had definitely never seen him before, and it was my first time taking that train. Throughout the interaction, he asked me, "Are you going on another business trip?" Again, I was confused because I was clearly a 21-year-old student, not a businesswoman. I feel that I should say that he wasn't creepy at all, and he definitely wasn't hitting on me. He was well-spoken and clearly not intoxicated. So here's the glitch. After I bought my ticket, he picked up my suitcase and walked me to the train, which was very kind of him. I stepped into the train. He placed my suitcase next to me. I turned to thank him, and he was gone. It was like as soon as he let go of my suitcase, he vanished into thin air. There was practically no one else around, so he didn't disappear into a crowd or anything like that. I glanced all around, and I couldn't see him anywhere. He definitely did not get on the train with me and wasn't anywhere on the platform. If he had run off, I would have heard his footsteps, and it wasn't enough time for him to disappear from sight, even if he was running. The whole situation felt so strange. Not paranormal exactly, but surreal. Maybe I should mention that even though I was in university, I'd never been drunk or tried drugs. I wasn't sleep deprived. I say this because there wasn't an easy explanation, such as me imagining him disappearing or anything. Any theories on what it could have been? He seemed to recognize me and think that I was someone from his past. So maybe some kind of time slip. I don't know. Thanks for reading. Therapists out there, give me some advice free of charge. Each reply will be like a Christmas present I can gleefully unwrap. By continuing further, you legally agree to help, so here goes. My mother-in-law was an old, mean, sickly woman. I thought she was showing signs of dementia, but my husband never pressed to get her checked. She'd been living with us for around 9 months. Her residence at the senior facility that we were paying for, it had been revoked at the beginning of the year after she'd almost set her apartment on fire with a lit cigarette. In September, she committed suicide off the banister of our staircase. I know that sounds crazy. Maybe she fell over the railing and it was an accident, but I watched her do it. I had no clue that she was going to jump. We'd been arguing about something silly. I think she was accusing me of stealing the fish from the large circular tank in her room. It had me heated enough to where I had to storm out. She was following behind me, still yelling. I turned to walk down the stairs to the first floor. She stays at the top area, shouting down at me. Then she quieted down real quick. I turned around thinking that she'd given herself a heart attack. But I see her glancing around, almost like there's a bat swooping around her head. She stood up real straight, made a really heavy, slow inhale before pressing her stomach against the railing, where she then spun over the railing, falling straight down like an arrow into the ground of our entry room. The floorboards shook under me with the drop. I've never seen something as terrible as what I witnessed that afternoon, and nobody knows why she did it. It was hard to console my husband and deal with the repeating horror movie in my head. He would want to talk about her and mourn, but her name only brought disgusting images to the forefront of my mind. We're both still trying to help each other while struggling to help ourselves. On top of that, days later, and I'm talking a matter of 24, 36 hours after her death, weird stuff started happening around the house. We have pictures that line the wall of our staircase leading up to the bedrooms. That next night, all of them were crooked, all leaning the same direction. My husband told me that he's heard her talking in her bedroom. We still haven't cleared her stuff out. Some family's been by to take some things, but for the most part, her room's been left untouched. I think I'll be more insistent about us going through it after the new year. It's only been a few months, and it's been hard enough handling her cremation, all while sorting out her accounts and bills. We still feel her living here, like she's never left. We've both heard footsteps approach the room that we're in, just to have no one enter. As much as I've tried to deny what's going on, I've seen our curtains blow around with no wind present, none of the other plants or papers around it move, and yet I watch the curtains make shapes of waves with the fabric. I believe now that something is going on, and I worry that these things will just keep escalating. A few days ago, all of our burners were turned on. When we got home from work, our entire house was filled with gas. It took us hours to air the place out. During the summer, My husband promised our house to the rest of the family to celebrate Christmas. I absolutely don't feel comfortable hosting family over with all this stuff escalating. But we gotta do something. I've narrowed it down to this. Cancel Christmas plans with my husband's family 4 or 5 days before Christmas. Or desperately try to find someone to exorcise his mom out of our house. So, which would you pick? Hi, I'm Laura. I'm 25 and currently going through a divorce. I moved in with my sickly grandmother roughly 2 months ago. She doesn't need full-time care, so mostly I just handle the housework and keep her prescriptions straight. She's lived in this same house for my entire life and tells everyone it's haunted. But we thought Nana was just being Nana. She's always been superstitious, but no, it's haunted all right. But before I start with the strange experiences, there's a few things to know. First, the house was built in the 50s, but it has only had 2 previous owners, and there's no records of any deaths occurring on the property, natural or otherwise. Second, it's a small 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and the walls are pretty thin, so we can hear everything. And finally, upon moving in, Nana advised me to cover the mirror in my room, because it's the source of the haunting, according to her. Also, the mirror is part of an extremely large dresser that sits against the same wall as the door. It's made of real wood and takes a lot of people to move it. Okay, now we can start for real. Thanks to my diary, I started keeping track of the activity before I knew there was anything to keep track of. I'd had trouble sleeping the first couple of nights, but I'm having a really difficult time with the divorce. Of course, it was hard to sleep. On the 3rd night, I kept hearing Nana get up to go to the restroom at least a dozen times. Footsteps walked across her room, down the hall, and into the bathroom. Then, after a short pause, they would return to her room. I assumed that she wasn't flushing the toilet as to not wake me. The next morning, I asked if she was feeling okay, or if there was anything special I could pick up on the way home from work. When she asked why, I explained, and she said that she didn't get out of bed once the entire night, that I probably heard, in her words, the man in the mirror. I was late for work, and I thought that she must be embarrassed, so I didn't press the issue. I did, however, begin sleeping with headphones. 2 days later, I woke up and, still groggy, walked past the dresser and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow standing on my bed. I screamed, turning to see nothing but an empty room. When I looked back at the mirror, it was normal again too. Since I was physically rubbing the sleep out of my eyes when I saw it, I chalked it up to Nana's stories getting to me. I've also had a few reoccurring dreams where a man calls to me from inside the mirror, but I don't want to officially include those among my possible encounters since they could easily be my imagination. However, for the record, I've never had nightmares like this before moving here. Things were quiet for over a week after the first Shadow Man incident. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole thing, but then it happened again. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, putting on my makeup, and I glanced down just long enough to make sure I got the right eyeshadow. Ladies, I know you know what I mean. That quick flash down and then right back up while you're leaning towards the mirror. I did that, and when I looked back up, there was a blurry oval shape, very head-like, hovering right behind my shoulder. I only saw it for a brief instant before screaming and turning, but it wasn't a fully formed shadow figure like before. This was more like strands of black fog, trying to solidify into the shape of a head, but falling short. When I calmed down, I finally had a serious talk with Nana about the mirror. Before, I had immediately dismissed her stories without really hearing them, but now I was ready to listen. When Nana and Grandpa moved in, the house was empty except for that dresser and the attached mirror. Being such a bulky item, they assumed the previous owners didn't have a way to move it and left it empty for over a month, just in case they came back. It really is a beautiful set. This was after Mom and her 2 brothers were grown, so it was just Nana and Grandpa living there. A few months later was Thanksgiving, and they decided to move the dresser into their room. It took Grandpa, both of my uncles, and my dad just to slide it across the hallway. And they even told Nana, "I hope you like it because that baby is in there forever." Little did they know. They began hearing noises soon after. On multiple occasions, Grandpa got out of bed with his gun because he thought someone had gotten inside, but he never found anyone. Eventually, Nana saw a shadow figure crouched in the corner of the room, but when she turned around, no one was there. She saw it on 2 other occasions as well. Once when it was standing a few feet behind her, and once when it was sitting on her bed. Grandpa never saw it, but he witnessed the whole mirror shaking by itself while getting dressed one morning. By Christmas, they had seen enough and wanted it gone. Dad and my uncles were none too pleased with the development, but seeing how upset my grandparents were, they agreed to move it back into the guest bedroom. Only that wasn't good enough. They wanted it out of the house entirely. Unfortunately, they had barely been able to get potholders beneath the legs to slide it between adjacent rooms the first time. To get it outside, they would have had to pivot around multiple corners. Nana was so upset that one of my uncles measured just to confirm it wasn't physically possible. They would have had to take it apart and cut the frame to get rid of it. Even if they'd had the time, they didn't have the right tools. My uncles promised to do it after New Year's, but life got easier once the mirror was out of my grandparents' room, so it just never got done. They kept it covered with a blanket and would hear the occasional noise, but for the most part, they stayed out of that room and forgot about it. I'm the only other person who has actually lived in the same room with that thing, and now I also keep a blanket over it. Again, there was more than a week where nothing happened, but just as I let my guard down, I woke up to the sound of my music suddenly being turned all the way up during a particularly loud part. My headphones had done a perfect job of blocking out any nighttime noises up until that point, but I didn't want to sleep with them after that. Since then, I've woken up to the sound of a man crying, and I tried to record it, but the second I got my camera open, everything went silent. That was the last thing I've experienced so far, but I'm sure there will be more. I have no clue what this mirror's history could be or how to find out. I just know that I'm getting pretty close to buying a handsaw and dismantling this thing myself. My grandparents basically raised me, so growing up between the ages of 4 through 9, I spent a majority of my childhood living with them in their home in eastern Washington. It was what I'd call my happy place, but every once in a while I'd have to spend some time with my mom. I say have to because at this time she was no fun to be around. She didn't get clean until I was about 9, so things before that were always shaky. My resistance to seeing my mom, though, it wasn't all her. A lot of it had to do with her apartment. It sat in downtown Spokane, and it was a small one. I guess you'd call it a studio. There was really only one door, the front door. The bedroom was essentially the living room and the kitchen, but the bathroom, it was across the hallway. You'd have to leave the apartment and step across the way to access it. Each unit shared their bathroom with another one, though this didn't seem to be a problem since most of my mom's buildings seemed empty. The first time I stayed there, I remember being too scared to use the bathroom at night, so I just held it, waited for some light outside. This couldn't last, though, not if I didn't want to have an accident. One night, squirming in the pull-out bed, I tried to wake my mom up to see if she would go with me. She was unwakeable. She was snoring, and clearly in a deep sleep. After being patient long enough, I had no choice. I tried to make as much noise as possible, in hopes that those noises would wake my mom up, but it didn't work. I'd made it to the front door, and she was still snoring, so I ventured across the hallway, solo. It was only a couple of steps before you were inside the bathroom, but it seemed like miles. My stomach was all sorts of nervous to be standing between two open doors, so I tiptoed my way into the bathroom. With the light switch on the outside, I was able to turn the light off before entering fully, and then I closed the door behind me. I tried to make the whole thing as quick as possible. Everything was going well, but just as I was about to be done, the lights turned off. Sitting in the pitch black, I almost shit myself, which, considering my position, wouldn't have been the worst, but no, I was terrified. Completely frozen in position. Somehow I managed the meekest of sounds. I was attempting to say, "Someone's in here," but it was hardly a whisper. I tried again, and I was more successful, but the light remained off. I really wasn't sure I was going to ever be able to move. I was scared of the dark as it was, but here I knew that I was completely alone. 2 doors separating me from my mom, who was in a deep sleep slumber. It occurred to me that I was exposed to various strangers the moment I opened that door. Anyone could be out there. Still in the pitch black, I positioned myself to pull up my pants. Now slightly less exposed, I contemplated what to do next. Instantly, I went for the sink, and before I could even touch the faucet, I was flailing sideways, back towards the toilet, horrified by the image reflected in the mirror. In the darkness, I hadn't expected to see myself, but I saw something. At first, I couldn't distinguish male or female, but the hair was stark white, which matched the skin entirely. The figure wasn't looking at me directly, and even though I saw this image directly in the mirror, it was still too dark to see anything else. I instinctively looked behind me as I jumped to the side. The reflection had to be coming from somewhere, right? I was alone in there. This image remained in the mirror despite me moving away from the mirror. Its gaze held off to the side, not saying anything, not even really doing anything except seemingly floating within the mirror itself. Just a disembodied head of pure white. Only there were features. I could tell that whatever this was, at one time, it was a human, or it wanted me to perceive it as such. I started to feel a sense of dread. Before, I'd been scared, and then curious, and now I just knew I needed to get out of that bathroom. As I made my way to the door, avoiding the sink this time, I kept my eyes on the old white head staring to the side. But then, it looked directly at me, blackness where its eyes should have been. I don't remember if I screamed out loud, but I stopped looking at the mirror to focus on the doorknob. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. It was one of those pop locks. Just turn the knob from the inside and it unlocked itself. Only, that wasn't working. All I could think was that someone had to be holding the door or something. The strength I was using was everything I had. The door should have at least budged. Panic ensued, and by this time, I was crying, trying everything that I could now just to be heard. Couldn't someone just please open this door? Then, the lights flickered for a moment, but total darkness again. If heart attacks are possible at 7 years old, I was sure I was about to have one. But then, as I was hanging backwards with all of my body weight, holding the doorknob with both hands, feet against the wall for support, the door suddenly opened, and I fell backwards, hitting my head. The next thing I remember, I'm laying on the bathroom floor, fluorescent lights above my head, and as I sit up, I can see the door is wide open. I make a run for my mom's front door and thank the literal God above himself that it wasn't locked. I didn't need any other obstacles. I wasn't like a religious kid or anything, but I prayed that night. Instead of sleeping, I just literally prayed that I never experienced that again. I prayed that whatever that experience was, that I was safe, that my mom was safe, that God would protect us. I was making deals with God all night, basically, promising to never be bad, always tell the truth, join the Peace Corps. I'm sure that I didn't really have a clue what it was and that I actually called it Corps for the longest time, but clueless as I was, I just needed whoever was in charge to know that I seriously never wanted to experience that again. And I never did. My mom only lived there for that year, and I only saw her a handful of times. Her next place was arguably worse looks-wise in the area. It was horrifying for its own reasons, but at least it wasn't someone living inside of her mirror kind of horrifying. I still have no idea. Ghost, demon, what was that thing? I wanted to share something I experienced a few years ago in my previous apartment. I'm sure that place was haunted. Many weird things happened, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't discern any rational explanations. I won't make a list of everything that happened. A lot of it was just common paranormal stuff like feelings of being watched, things moving around, and random footsteps, the stuff we've all heard before. Today I want to talk about the weirdest thing that happened. I've loved paranormal stories for years, and I've read thousands, but I've never heard any that compare to my own. In my bedroom, a light would sometimes appear high up on the wall, just behind my bed, but there was no source. It wasn't a lamp reflection or the moon. It's like the light was in the wall. It's really hard to explain. It was a pale, phosphorescent white and shaped like a rectangle. I noticed it in the first days of living there, and I thought the previous owners had left behind a child's nightlight, but nothing was there. The wall looked completely normal. One night, I showed my mom, but she only brushed it off. It wasn't every night either. Sometimes it was 2 or 3 nights in a row. Then there would be nothing for a few weeks. I used to be too afraid to look at it while lying in bed. It normally appeared 5 minutes after turning off the lights, and it would stay for hours. If I woke up in the night, it was usually gone. One day, I tried covering it with a poster, but that shit moved just next to it. Have you ever experienced anything similar? I've never had a clue what it was. There wasn't anything in the room. I checked many times. I don't have any pictures. It happened before phones were capable of being good cameras. Plus, I was slightly in denial. Hi everybody. I'm writing to share some experiences I believe to be paranormal. It's also important to note that what I say here is only my testimony. I don't have any physical evidence, and you're free to believe it or not. Everything happened in the house I've lived in since age 4, and my grandparents' house, which is like a second home since they're just 5 minutes away. I spent most of my time with them when I was younger. My house was built on an ancient vine culture, but I don't have any more information about the land. My grandparents don't know anything about the past of their house or land. My first experiences began at age 9. Before, I never had any disturbing experiences outside of night terrors, but nothing abnormal. I grew up in a Catholic family, so I was never taught that spirits existed. To me, ghosts were cartoon figures, draped in white sheets with holes cut out for the eyes. I didn't understand that human souls could stay on Earth. Mom's always said good souls go to heaven, and bad souls go to hell. I never questioned it. I wasn't even interested. Honestly, I was just a kid with other interests. Mom never believed in the paranormal anyway, and Dad was even more skeptical. We had 4 bedrooms in our house. 3 were on the first floor, and the guest bedroom on the second floor was basically used as an attic. The downstairs bedrooms were mine, my brother's, and my parents'. But then, Mom learned she was pregnant again. As the oldest, I had to move upstairs. The room was large, with a private bathroom, but back then, I still didn't like it. I couldn't sleep for the first 2 years. It always felt like there was something heavy in the atmosphere, something watching me. Sometimes, I get very cold in the middle of summer, and it's hot where I live. Until age 11, I spent all of my time in the living room, or my little sister's room. Then, I finally found the courage to move back into my bedroom, but things got worse. It was only noise at first. Every night, when Dad turned off the TV, I heard noises from the living room. The light switch turned on and off. It's loud when used. Dad's gaming chair rolled around, and someone ran barefoot on the hard floor, like kids running around. There were also other strange noises, as if someone would sweep for hours. One evening, someone went up the stairs very fast. It was so clear in the beginning, I thought it was my brother, but when I checked, no one was there. Sometimes, while in bed, I'd feel someone's touch or breath, or sometimes there was a heavy weight on the bed. I was terrified and cried in terror when I felt the hot breath on my face. A lot of things started disappearing too. Some of mine and my sister's clothes, a karaoke mic, Mom's lace shoes, a file with our car papers. And everyone knew it wasn't a joke. The car was being sold. We understood the importance of papers, and our family isn't big on jokes. Mom isn't a believer in the paranormal, but even she admitted to weird noises and doors randomly opening. She once saw my brother running through the garden and called to him from a window, but when he answered, the voice didn't come from outside. It came from his bedroom, and nobody was in the garden. Sometimes there were strange noises on the roof as well, like people with heavy footsteps were running. Now, she also hears loud footsteps coming from my room at 4 a.m. while I'm still sleeping. Maybe I'm sleepwalking, but I don't move furniture or make things fall while I'm asleep. I would notice that things were different the following morning. The first big event happened at my house when I was 14. It was during Eastern holidays, so my siblings were gone for a week, and I was left alone with my parents. It was a sunny afternoon, and Dad was working in the garden while I read a book with Mom on the opposite side. At 4, I went inside via a living room window. Some of the windows were easily used as doors, and I made a peanut butter sandwich. Directly across from where I entered was another window looking out to where my dad worked, and on the left, the kitchen. I went to the kitchen, and when almost finished eating, I heard the garden window open. Mom was going outside, probably to talk with Dad, but I wasn't paying attention. I just closed the peanut butter and went back to my seat. But suddenly, Mom was there, reading a book. How could she have been there when she was on the other side of the garden 10 seconds prior? If she'd passed by the living room again, it would have put her behind me. She would have had to circle the house to enter from the opposite direction to be in front of me. A few years ago, Mom had an accident, and the ligaments in her ankle were badly damaged. She still can't walk really fast. I asked what she was doing, but she seemed confused, responding that she hadn't gone anywhere and that she had no reason to lie. We ran a test with my brother. If she was by the kitchen window, she would have had to run, but she physically can't. I just don't understand what I saw that day, and it's terrifying. It's also important to note that Dad's friend was trying to sleep upstairs. This was before I moved into that guest room. He later said he couldn't sleep because it felt really bad in there, like he was being watched. And he isn't the type to believe in spirits. He's actually an engineer and a skeptic. A few months ago, we adopted a very calm, very sweet Shih Tzu puppy. He never barks, and he quickly became comfortable in his new home. One day, I wanted to take him upstairs with me since Mom wasn't home, but he got upset the moment we entered my room. He kept looking around and barking, but they weren't aggressive barks. They were frightened barks. He started scratching at the door like he wanted out, but he'd never done that before. He was squealing in terror and only calmed down after we left my room. The next incident happened at my grandparents' house. They have an extra bedroom that used to be my mom's, but she never experienced anything strange in it. I, on the other hand, never could stay in that room. Sometimes, while playing hide and seek, I would hide behind an old table, and it always left me feeling nauseous and cold, even in the summer. Once, while Grandma was sick, I tried to clean that room with a friend, but we couldn't do it. Within 30 minutes, my friend was feeling uneasy. Her head began hurting just a few seconds after I became nauseous. While cleaning, the sponge magically disappeared and reappeared in plain sight 5 minutes later. 2 years ago, when I was 17, I stayed at my grandparents' house for Christmas. But some of the radiators were broken, including the one in my room. That meant I had to sleep in my mom's old room, and I tried reassuring myself I could manage for a single weekend. At 10 p.m., I went to bed planning to read and chat with friends. The ambiance was nice even though the room was freezing. I eventually turned off the lights and went to sleep. But it was the most terrifying moment of my life. I heard scratching noises from inside the walls, and I felt a weight on my bed. During some moments, it even felt like something was lying beside me. And when I finally passed out from sheer exhaustion, I had the strangest dream ever. I was in a room that looked like a little public swimming pool, but there was only one small pool. There was a balcony with bright green plants, small candles, and an old lady lying on a white mat. She was very pale, with long white hair, blue eyes. She was wearing a white nightgown. She wasn't scary, but it felt very strange. The woman called me closer with a sweet voice and took me into her arms. Then she began to cry, saying she was happy to see me, but she had cancer and would die very soon. That's when I woke up. I was crying, but the bedroom was warm, just like in my dream. I felt extremely sad, and even now, I feel sadness. But there's also an intense sweetness. I don't know who this woman is. I've never met her. Well, that's everything. I know this was long, but there was a lot to share, and there's still so much that hasn't been said. If you have any answers or theories, it'd honestly be great to hear. It's truly terrifying to live here. Thanks for listening. I wish you all the best. I'm 25 and doing okay now, but I grew up in a poor family. The kind of poor where my older brother had to drop out of school to help work. I was ashamed of where I lived, and I would do anything to hide it from my friends. If someone wanted to come over, I'd make up an excuse for why we needed to stay at their house instead, which obviously becomes more difficult the longer you try to pull it off. But in 8th grade, something happened that broke me of the habit for good. My best friend at the time was a kid named Jordan. His family wasn't rich, but to me, they seemed that way because they lived in a 2-story house in a really nice area, had 3 vehicles, and always wore name brand clothes. Then there was the biggest sign of them all, the one that screamed, "Hey, my family is successful." Jordan went to the doctor every time he got sick, and he went to the dentist multiple times a year. He even had braces for a while. Most of the kids in my neighborhood were lucky to even get their vaccinations. I stayed with Jordan every chance I got because his dad took us to fun places that mine could never afford, and restaurants I would otherwise never see the inside of. Anyway, you get the idea. Jordan had a much different lifestyle than myself, and I was jealous, but only until homecoming weekend of 8th grade year. That's when everything changed. I stayed with Jordan Friday night and most of Saturday without any issues. If I'd gone home that evening, everything would have been fine, but I desperately wanted to stay an extra night. We stayed up playing Halo long after his parents went to bed, and since we were known to sleep late into the afternoons, Jordan had a black blanket tacked over the window. No light got through that thing. To anyone on the outside, the house would look completely dark. Maybe if there had been a visible light, they would have waited for a different night. But I always torture myself with the what-ifs when reliving this night. It was 11 years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Around 2 a.m., Jordan paused the game because he heard something downstairs. We listened for a few seconds, but quickly disregarded it. After a couple more minutes had passed, I heard something and paused the game. This time, we both heard something, but it was faint, and it happened so fast that we couldn't be sure. We later learned that one of the intruders knocked a picture frame off of a table, but Jordan didn't have any pets, so we didn't understand what it could possibly be unless his parents were awake. Then Jordan's phone buzzed with an angry text from his dad. He wanted to know what the hell we broke, why we were downstairs so late in the first place. We both read the message at the same time, and I'm sure my face looked just as horrified as Jordan's. His fingers raced over the keys as he explained that we were still in his room, that we thought they must have made the noise. The next message makes my blood run cold. My mind couldn't dance around the facts anymore. It's crazy how our brains fill in the blanks when we're in crisis mode. In reality, the text was filled with errors and missing words. Most people would need a second to decipher what the sender intended to say. But when it was discussed afterwards, Jordan and I both swore it was written perfectly. We had to read it again to believe differently. But we had no trouble understanding Miss Sheila was calling the police, and they wanted us to hide in the closet. We were both in a complete state of shock and sobbing softly as we crawled to the back of Jordan's walk-in closet. We each settled into one of the corners and pulled clothes down on top of ourselves. Then we waited for what was the longest 12 minutes of my life, until the police arrived. Of those 12 minutes, I have no clue how many passed before we heard Jordan's door open, and a woman's voice said, "It's not this one either." After a pause, she added, "Yes, I'm sure. It's a boy's room." And the door was shut softly. There was another long stretch of silence before we finally heard an officer shouting for someone to freeze. We came out from under the clothes then, but we didn't come out of the closet until Jordan's dad was at the door calling for us. The police arrested a man and his sister who broke into the wrong house in order to kidnap a man's 6-year-old daughter. His wife left him for Jordan's next-door neighbor, and he decided the best way to get even was to take the kid away. All the houses in the subdivision were built with the same floor plan, so they broke into an empty one to learn the layout. Since they knew where the master bedroom was, they avoided running into Jordan's parents and came straight to the rooms most likely to hold the daughter. Suddenly, my house didn't seem so bad anymore, and I got over my embarrassment. I still wasn't a fan of being there. I just wasn't filled with shame by the prospect of someone knowing where I lived. I didn't stay with Jordan overnight quite as often after that, either. It's not because I thought it would happen again. I just couldn't feel safe sleeping there. As an adult, I can look back and say that it was probably PTSD, but I wouldn't have thought to put that label on it as a kid. Jordan and I still see each other occasionally. We just don't talk about that night very often. My name is Catherine. I'm 42, my husband is 45, and we live alone in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. There's nothing very interesting about us. He drives a UPS truck, and I'm an office manager. Even our fights are boring. Most of them are minor issues like his unwillingness to put the trash in the bin or my inability to clean my hair from the shower. But there's one topic that I've always been deadly serious about: locking the doors. When I was a teenager, a man broke into my aunt's house and strangled her. That's always really stuck with me. We never even open our windows, but I constantly recheck them, and I check the doors several times each night. I know I'm making myself sound neurotic, but I swear I'm only like this when it comes to home security. I've never suffered from anxiety or depression. I've always been painstakingly, mind-numbingly normal. I just like to feel safe in my own house. That's it. I'm not completely unreasonable or delusional. We've lived here since I was 25, and there's never been so much as a vandalized mailbox on our entire block. I fully understand I can overreact when it comes to this topic, and I'll be the first to apologize when I do. But I also don't think I'm asking for the moon, you know? I just wanted him to lock the damn doors. The problem is I usually go to bed earlier than my husband, and he'll sometimes go outside after I've gone to sleep. When he comes back in, he doesn't think to lock the door. He never had to in his childhood home, and never saw a reason to bother with ours either. I can't tell you how many times screaming matches have happened after I've woken up to find the door unlocked. And this was before it almost cost us our lives. It happened on Labor Day weekend. We had a nice block party on Saturday, probably drank a little more than we should. Then we went home, had a boringly normal evening, and went to bed early. The following morning was much the same. Everything was absolutely fine until that afternoon, when we heard Cindy Lincoln screaming bloody murder. We instinctively ran towards the sound, which seemed to be originating from just outside our house. When we got to our front door, my eyes automatically noticed that it had been left unlocked again, but I pushed my anger aside. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Lincoln was actually in the yard next door, but we didn't see anything that could be causing her distress. We went to her at the same time as the neighbors on the opposite side, and several other heads started to poke out of their doors as well. Then we saw the broken glass on the front stoop, and soon, the whole street was gathered and working themselves into a panic. They didn't calm down until the police arrived. No one was eager to see the scene firsthand, but Cindy's husband was able to get most of her story before she was interviewed. She had originally walked straight to the back door where she often let herself inside to borrow, or in this case return, various kitchen supplies to Mrs. Anderson. Both women were in their 50s and very close friends. Cindy knew something awful happened the moment she entered. The house was ransacked. She called for the Andersons even though she knew they wouldn't answer. She didn't want to go any further, but she couldn't leave without knowing for sure. It only took a glance into their bedroom to be certain. Mrs. Anderson was on the bed and barely recognizable. We would later learn that she'd been stabbed 26 times. Her husband was tied to a chair, beaten, and shot in the head. Cindy stumbled out of the house in a horrified daze. and that's when we heard her screaming in the yard. Speculations of a serial killer began to spread all over town, and I did my best to focus on the fact that the Andersons were probably targeted due to their age, that it wouldn't have mattered if the doors were locked or not. When someone like that wants to get in, a lock usually isn't enough to deter them. It wasn't easy, but by redoubling my effort to stay awake longer than my husband, I began to experience something that resembled healing. Then, last week, they caught the killer, and he gave a full confession. He was young. He'd always fantasized about killing somebody. Finally worked himself up enough to go through with it. He let his computer pick a random neighborhood within a few chosen parameters and found himself on our street. When he turned off the connecting road, he immediately pulled alongside the curb and approached the house that he was parked in front of. Their door was locked, so he walked to the next house over. Their door was also locked. So were the next three, but the Anderson home was unlocked, so he went inside, and he did what he did. Had their doors been locked, our house would have been next, and he could have come inside to do what he did. My husband hasn't actually forgotten to lock the door again, but yet I still can't bring myself to trust him. I've had people ask about my family's paranormal experiences with a cult, so here it is. Very soon after getting involved with them, we started having paranormal activity in our home. And when we moved to the same town as the leaders, the activity increased. During our time in the cult, the leaders decided I should move in with them and 4 other teenage girls. One evening, my friend and I were doing homework at the kitchen table when my back suddenly started stinging and burning. It was irritating, so I asked my friend to have a look. Rolled up my shirt. She stared at my back in confusion. There were 3 long scratches down the center of my back. It almost looked like a cat had its way with me, but they were way too big and far apart to be from a cat. Plus, we didn't have a cat. My friend seemed pretty freaked out by it, so I went to look in the bathroom mirror. There's no way I could have done this to myself. I wasn't worried. I assumed it had happened earlier, and I was only just now noticing. But then it happened again, a couple of months later, while I was playing on the computer. Out of nowhere, I felt that same stinging, burning sensation, again on my back. I went to the bathroom, lifted my shirt, and found 3 scratch marks, very similar to the first set. They were just a little shorter and off-center. This time, I was a little worried, but I figured it must be from the clothing I was wearing. Eventually, I pushed it from my mind until years later, when I heard about it happening to many others. And it happened to me again, just before I moved out of the cult house. It was late morning. My sister and I were chatting in her room, which was in the basement. Next to her room is the utility room and the staircase. Her door was closed, and we were about to go upstairs when we suddenly heard a growl. It was coming from the utility room. It wasn't like a cat or a dog. It was the deep, low sound of something like a lion or a bear. It's so hard to describe. When I first heard it, I was confused and frightened. My mind was racing, wondering how a wild animal could be in the house. Then, I thought someone must have an aggressive dog outside, even though it sounded nothing like a dog. I was just trying to make sense of it. Some sort of primal instinct kicked in. I became filled with dread as the growling got louder. It sounded like it was getting closer to the door. Panicked, I looked at my sister, and I see she's completely frozen. Her face was filled with fear and confusion, and I was seriously considering an escape out the window. She said to sit still and be quiet, but I couldn't. The growls were getting louder and closer. I couldn't sit there doing nothing, so I started screaming for my mom. The growling stopped immediately. I screamed for a solid minute before stopping to listen, and it was totally silent. My heart was pounding, but I told my sister we had to run for it. She tried to stop me, but I opened the door and didn't see anything. We raced upstairs and told our mother everything. There was an incident when I spent the night in my sister's room. We had just gotten into bed, and as soon as the room was totally silent, there was a loud whisper from the end of the bed. It said my name as clear as day, and nothing else. I couldn't tell if it sounded male or female. I grabbed my sister, totally freaked out, and she had heard it too. I clung to her, terrified, trying to process what we had heard. She said not to give it any attention, but I was too frightened to stay there. I got a glass of water to calm down and slept on the couch that night. I am a professional paranormal researcher with over 40 years' experience. I hold many degrees and certificates that aid in my research. Some are strictly paranormal, while others are more general. This is a true story about when I was being oppressed by a demon, how it felt, and what I did to resolve it. I am a non-denominational Christian, paranormal believer, pastoral counselor, and minister. These are my beliefs, and only included to provide a basis for the ideas that I express here. I started having trouble with sleeping, emotional outbursts, severe mood swings, feeling of impending doom. This went on for 2 weeks before I took action. I believed it was related to my many health issues. My doctor ordered blood work, various tests. They all came back normal. Within 6 weeks, I'd exhausted all of my personal resources to address this issue. I didn't immediately assume it was paranormal, but I attempted to intervene with my spiritual beliefs and practices. This did provide some relief, but it only lasted a couple of hours to a few days. Eventually, I sought the help of another minister. He wanted to perform a minor exorcism to see what effect it might have. I'm very lucky to have another professional available, especially one that I have a personal relationship with. His familiarity with me validated his concerns and gave him the confidence to proceed much faster than the process normally allows. During the exorcism, the demon identified itself by name. It stated that God gave it the authority to afflict me, and that I have invited it by punishing myself. I have no memory of this, but it spoke using my voice. It was cast out in the name of Jesus, and we followed his protocol for these types of situations. Once it was over, I felt immediate relief. My friend questioned me extensively on how I may have been punishing myself. It was very hard to admit, especially with my position as a pastoral counselor, that I had a lot of guilt for things that happened in my life. Some were things that I had done, while others were things done to me. For several weeks, he counseled me to help me deal with these issues, so this wouldn't happen again. As a result of this whole experience, I have questions. This was a demon, and though it was oppressing me, it seemed that it was for my own good. I've seen this happen when helping other people, but is this the norm? Is this the mind part of the spirit? I've seen entities carry mental afflictions that they had in life. Should there be more of an investigation from a parapsychological point of view in all of these cases? I appreciate any input and thoughts. I used to be quite the kleptomaniac when I was in middle school, but one event made me rethink my life of petty crime. At the peak of my breaking and entering phase, I'd gotten my hands on a skeleton key lockpick set. A janitor had left it lying around, and I decided to help myself to the unattended shiny object. Within that same month, I checked out a lockpicking book at our local library, then successfully broke into the library after hours using the newfound knowledge I'd recently possessed. The alarms went off right as I opened the door, so I ended up having to hightail it out of there. One night I was riding my bike in town, and it was like some kind of energy had forced my fingers down on the brakes. My tires screeched to a stop in front of a big red door. I dropped my bike right there on the sidewalk and approached the door. A plastic closed sign was hanging on the glass part of the door, and just above it, on the building itself, was a larger neon sign, which was turned off, and it read Psychic. Inside the front area was dark, but I could see that there were lights on further back in the shop. I carefully looked at the keyhole and decided what picking technique would be needed. As soon as the block got quiet and I had a moment without prying eyes, I pulled out my lockpicking set. But as soon as I put the first pick into the hole, the door opened. I didn't know if I had just gotten lucky or if the door had already been unlocked. Regardless, I opened it just enough to slip my hand in and feel for a bell. There was none, so I opened the door up just a bit more and slid in, closing it behind me. I knew I had to be quick. This wasn't a perusing visit. There was a clear crystal ball sitting on a table, in a cash box under the front desk. I took both and ran out back, not worrying about the existence of a bell this time, and nobody followed in pursuit. I got on my bike and pedaled harder than I needed to escape the crime scene. When I got home, I brought the crystal ball and cash box into my room. It was locked, but my skeleton key picked it open swiftly. To my disappointment, there were only a few ones and some change in the bottom. I was planning on selling the crystal ball at a pawn shop the next day. By this time of night, all the businesses were closed. But when I woke up the next day, the cash box and the crystal ball were gone. I looked everywhere. Originally, I thought my mom had grabbed it, but she hadn't returned home from work yet. It was baffling. Then, a few days later, I was riding my bike past the same psychic shop when I saw something that almost made me crash. Hanging in one of the shop windows was a black and white printout of my school photo. Obviously, I couldn't go in there. I mean, I'd broken in, and even if the door was unlocked, I'd stolen from the place, and they clearly knew it. I picked up my bike and decided I needed to get out of there ASAP, but part of me just had to know. Was the crystal ball inside? Where else would it be? I cased the building to see if there was a way that I could walk up to it unnoticed, just to peek inside one of those windows and see for myself. I found a decent way on the left side of the building. There was a wall of trees lining each side of the lawn, and they stopped where the building started. I could walk behind the trees and discreetly look inside the window. As I approached the side window, but before I was fully in front of it, I saw another black and white school photo of myself plastered to the window. It wasn't just one. They were lining the whole sleet of windows down the left side of the building. I was officially sweating, and the presence of the crystal ball was no longer important to me. I was sure that it was there, and I was sure I needed to leave. It was literally that moment that I decided to take a more honest path in life. I destroyed and tossed the skeleton key, silently vowing to never steal again. I couldn't avoid the shop forever, Taking a different street added a whole heck of a lot of unnecessary time to my route. But the next time I rode past, my photos were taken down. The shop isn't there anymore, and though I'm grateful for the experience in the long run, the entire thing, including the building, but mainly the experience, still creeps me out. This story took place during the summer of 2008, when my best friend got her license and we got our first taste of freedom, but we were also major assholes. There's going to be times you think to yourself, wow, what sorry little shits. Just know that I agree, and that karma is going to slap us with spiked stupid sticks. So, on our first day of riding around, Raina and I basically circled town for hours while listening to music. At one point, we got behind a truck with one of those pink cancer ribbon magnets on the tailgate. Raina's aunt had breast cancer, so she wanted one for her car too. We figured they would have some at the mall, but we lived in a smaller town, so our mall had maybe 10 stores and a handful of kiosks. As we walked back to the car, I saw a cancer ribbon on a van parked a few spots down. So I said, "Oh look, they have the magnets here after all." Then I took it and stuck it on the back of Raina's truck. We were both utterly delighted. See, I told you we were little shits, and it gets so much worse. We had this weird little rush over stealing what was probably a $2 magnet and decided that we should try to collect all the different colors. For the rest of the day, we drove through various parking lots in search of these things. We got a few colors, but not the impressive rainbow display that we had imagined. When it started getting late, we decided to swing through Walmart one more time, and we were excited to find a camouflage ribbon. Incredibly pleased that our last stop was a success, I grabbed the new magnet off the black Ford truck. We looked around as we drove away, and no one seemed to be aware of our existence. We had never seen a camouflage ribbon before, but we live in the South. These people put camouflage on everything. By that age, I'd seen at least 3 camo-themed weddings and knew more than a dozen guys that would answer camo when asked their favorite color. Most of the older kids at school had camo wraps around their trucks, for Christ's sake. We never considered that they would be associated with the military. Anyway, with the new addition to our collection, we returned to Raina's house where we lined our trophies across her truck. Now, Raina lived pretty far outside of town. When you finally turned onto her long, winding road, the last 5 miles turned to a dirt one-lane. If more than a single car came through at a time, one of you was pulling over. It was also a dead end, so we never really saw anyone except for a few neighbors. When Raina's parents saw the magnets, we said we bought a bundle pack, and that was that. I spent the night and we woke up the next morning, ready for another round of magnet hunting. Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, we didn't have anything better to do. We didn't have a movie theater in my town. Kids generally hung out in big empty fields gathered around a bonfire because there was literally nothing else. After breakfast, we got ready to leave. But when we got to her car, all the magnets were gone, stolen. Instead, an envelope was taped to the trunk in their place. Obviously, this was a depressing number of years ago, so I don't remember everything the letter contained word for word, but I promise this is pretty damn close. Yesterday, I exited Walmart to witness your vehicle stopped behind my truck. I was then shocked and frankly disgusted to witness the theft of the camouflage ribbon. You drove right past me, laughing, without realizing you'd been caught. You also failed to realize I followed you home. I saw your father in the front yard and almost stopped to retrieve my magnet right there. But then I saw the neat little row of ribbons across your truck, and I became even more enraged. I could not trust that your father would instill upon you the respect you so clearly lack. You see, those ribbons hold a very important significance to those who display them. Most signify cancer awareness, but mine, for example, was given to me when my wife was killed by an IED. The ribbons are a symbol, a sign of respect, a simple way to know we are not alone and to show others they are not alone. But you tried to take that away from me. Why? I've taken not only my ribbon, but also those from your other victims. I originally intended to press charges since I have your license plate number and address, but then I realized such an act would make me a suspect should any harm befall you. Since I'm not finished teaching you a lesson, I felt this could become detrimental to my cause. See you soon. We were beyond terrified. We hadn't told anyone else about what we did, so we knew it wasn't a joke. We'd been so immersed in our little world, we hadn't even noticed the truck following us home. We also felt like absolute garbage for thinking the camo ribbons were just for rednecks. Obviously, we didn't go magnet hunting, but we didn't want to stay at Raina's house either, so we decided to go to mine, only we never made it. When heading to town, Raina's small dirt road didn't go straight to the highway. It came to a stop sign. And directly across from you was nothing but forest and a huge dead-end sign with a double arrow pointing left and right. Left took us to the highway, and right took us into an extremely dangerous neighborhood where the meth heads were known to do their cooking. We turned left, and a black truck suddenly pulled out from one of the meth head driveways and zoomed up behind us, riding our ass. It was the black truck. We immediately started crying. To this day, it's still the most terrifying moment of my life. He would get within inches of our bumper and then back off and do it again. He did it all the way to the stop sign, which led to a 65-mile-per-hour highway. Raina was so frightened that she didn't stop. She blew straight across the road to the other side without so much as looking. The other car that was barreling towards us laid on its horn and swerved to miss us. It couldn't have been by more than an inch. I looked back to see the truck sitting at the stop sign, safe and sound. The car that had narrowly avoided us was now stopped on the shoulder, but we were too afraid to turn around. I wouldn't let Raina drive to my house after that. I couldn't handle the thought of this guy finding out where I lived. I made her drive to the police station instead, and we spilled our sorry little guts, all while crying hysterically. Obviously, our parents were called and they were furious, but we didn't even care at that point. We just wanted to go home. The police seemed unsure how much of our story was accurate and how much of it was exaggerated, but we showed them the note, and that was real enough that each of us were followed home by a squad car, just to be safe. For the longest time, nothing else happened, but a few months later, we were in Raina's living room with the curtains open, and the truck drove to the end of the road and left again. It was the last time we ever saw it, but it made us wonder for the longest time, just how often did it drive by, and exactly when did it finally stop. I was 12 when this happened. My brother, older cousin, and I grew up on a reservation near a mountain. There's several towns and a city just 5 miles away from our hometown, but as teens we played by an old creek near my house. In May of 2008, we spent a couple of hours having a water gun fight there. As I was filling my gun, I saw what looked like a bear's left arm from the shoulder joint. It was covered in brown fur, rotten green meat, and a little blood. I pulled it out of the mud, and it was exactly like a human hand. It had a palm with fingers and nails, but much larger. I screamed and fetched my brother and cousin so that they could look at it too. They wanted to bring it home, but we vomited repeatedly due to the stench. It was also heavy, so we took turns carrying it until we finally were able to show our uncle and grandmother. They were angry with us for touching it, let alone taking it, so our uncle put it into his wheelbarrow and walked away. He returned a few hours later without the arm. our grandmother told us a story that she had heard from her father. She told us to stay away from the mountains because they've been occupied longer than we've been on this earth. She didn't believe the story, so she went toward the mountains to look for berries and tree sap. But when she got closer, she saw what looked like 4 large bears standing on the mountainside, and they were walking like men. She called them Bigfoot. I never spoke of it or even mentioned it again until a couple of years ago, when I asked my grandmother what she thought happened to the rest of that arm's body. She said that Bigfoot are like bears, extremely territorial and aggressive when scared or threatened. Her grandfather used to burn their bones whenever one died. That way, the white people wouldn't find them and hunt the rest. Years later, 2021, my cousin and I returned to that mountain for a hunting trip, but we only found a giant teepee hut with thick brown hair inside. I showed my grandmother the pictures to see if she remembered anything similar, and she did. She even had 4 Polaroid pictures of her own, showing other giant teepee huts, and one photo with 3 large bear-like creatures walking upright like a human. She made me promise to never tell or show anyone the photos. She doesn't think anyone would believe us either way, but worries for them, I think. We've spent the majority of our lives in the bush, hunting and fishing. I'm still questioning things so much. Life is different now. My people call it Bigfoot, or some of you might call it Sasquatch. Either way, it's just like another person. They won't bother us if we don't bother them. On February 27th, 2023, my friend was driving home from work down a country road between 5 and 6 p.m. He saw an unknown creature less than a mile from my house. It was at the road's edge, as if it were about to cross. It was pitch black, very furry, with a bobbed tail. It had a pit bull's face, jowls, ears. It was slender but muscular, and it stood on all 4s. It saw my friend but paid him no attention. Instead, it turned around slowly and leapt back into the woods like a frog, with its legs splayed in opposite directions. It was roughly the size of a Great Dane, but he couldn't identify much else. This was in a wooded area next to a small bayou, and there's a nook that leads into the woods. That same night, I heard strange thuds and wood bowing sounds around midnight, like something was climbing a wooden structure. I'm not sure if it's related, but 6 years ago, I saw something strange leap between one section of the woods to another, across the highway, about a half mile from my house. It was black, hairy, and ape-like. 3 years ago, my wife and I heard tapping on the window around midnight. We laughed at first, but my cousin, who lived across the street, called and said something big was in our yard, and he said that it had run into the woods. We investigated and heard it rustling through trees, but never saw it. The next morning, there was a large, bare, humanoid footprint outside the window that we heard the tapping at. That same year, a friend and I were hanging out, and I saw something strange walk into my cousin's yard. It was large, black, and furry. It walked on all 4s, and it looked like a pig, but we couldn't determine what it was. It had a dog-like snout with the stature and size of a hog or a large bear cub. It sniffed a circle around his house and went back into the woods. Last year, I was driving on my road at night, and there's a curve about a half a mile where my friend saw the creature. In the curve, my headlights shined into the woods and revealed eyes shining 6 feet off the ground. I stopped the car to examine it, but I didn't see anything else. I only noticed the smell of rotting meat as it flooded the car, and I promptly left. Not too long after that incident, I was outside at midnight, heard a strange noise in my cousin's yard. I shined a flashlight over there, saw a shiny pair of eyes at average height. It looked at me and continued walking toward the woods. In my experience, most things come to a stop when you spotlight them, but not this thing. I continued to shine the light into the woods, and it returned 15 feet further down the tree line, where it stared back at me before turning back. I continued shining the light and caught it once more in the same place. It looked at me for another moment and turned away. I didn't see it again, but I had an eerie feeling that it was sentient. For the past 2 weeks, my entire property has stank of skunk. Our house gets sprayed from time to time, but the smell usually dissipates after 2 days. This time, it's been almost 2 weeks, and the smell is even pungent by the road. My house seems to be the epicenter. The smell extends roughly 100 yards around my house in all directions. I considered all of these instances to be strange coincidences until my friend saw that creature yesterday. Now I'm not ruling them out as possible encounters. Any and all guesses as to what the nature of this creature is are appreciated. This story may be hard to believe, especially since I don't have the photo at hand, but I promise I'm telling the truth. When I was a kid, I went on a church service trip to New Orleans. Our aim was to help clean up remaining damages from when Katrina hit. About midway into our trip, we helped remove brush and debris from some old plot of land so that a playground could be built. We were all ecstatic because the day was incredibly productive, and we really believed that the spiritual forces of good, godliness, were at work through us. That night, we visited Bourbon Street to have dinner, listen to some live music, and celebrate the work that had been done. At some point, one of the church leaders was taking pictures and pointed her camera to the sky, facing a distant casino. The sky was clear, no clouds. She snapped a photo, and when the screen displayed her photo, there was a silver-looking face, smiling heinously, while clasping his hands, protecting the casino. His face seemed metallic, with many wrinkles. If you can imagine the Heath Ledger Joker, but without eyes, a huge mouth, no teeth, and many wrinkles. Like fabric being pulled in multiple directions. That's what it looked like. It had wet-looking orange hair that draped about midway down its face. Its nose was half missing. The entire group went hysterical when they all looked at the photo, and the rest of the night, we were disturbed. The joy that we had felt all day instantly went away. Few of us slept. I had a variety of hallucinations in the dark, of demons falling into me. I didn't get any sleep. There were a few girls in the room next to me who I could hear crying in terror about what had just taken place. I say all of this to illustrate how the incident felt like a direct, successful attempt to hijack our spirits of positive energy. One person in the group tried to come up with multiple natural explanations for the incident, but the leader who took the photo always had new details to explain how there wasn't a natural explanation for what had taken place. This incident alone has been enough to keep my agnostic ass alert and aware of all possibilities. I'm a 28-year-old male, but this happened when I was just 15. I loved smoking weed back then, so I was basically smoking with my friends every day. I grew up in the UK, and my town was pretty big, with a population of nearly 100,000. The place I lived was like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about a 20 to 25 minute walk from my house, But in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake that you could walk around to get near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend who I just mentioned, plus many others, when we noticed a lot of police presence in the area near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter in the air. Being curious, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were, along with many bystanders at this point. We got there and started asking people we knew what happened. We were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake, near the path where everyone was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake, looking for the child. They knew he was there because his friend had ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. 2 or 3 days after he slipped in, the authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he had died, with a little plaque commemorating his life. Okay, so that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew. By the time we were done getting high, we decided to go back to his house to sleep because my mom would have gone crazy over the fact that we were high. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did, when I noticed that there was a man sitting on the bench. Now, I was a little bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark. It was creepy, but when I got a little closer, I noticed that I could see what the man was wearing. He was dressed as a priest. You know, black jacket, white collar. Upon seeing the priest, I sighed some relief because I just presumed he was praying or something. Most likely for the kid that had drowned in that spot 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just watched him sit there as I got closer and closer. I didn't say anything to my friend who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once we noticed the man. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest. And then, once we got within 5 meters, he was gone. I felt like I blinked and he just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I'd seen him, there was nobody there. But if he was to have just gotten up and walked away, I'd have seen him. It's a one-way track. After I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was. I asked him if he'd just seen that man that sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man because the way he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man that sat on the bench?" he said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you my heart sunk, I can't explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me is I purposely asked my friend if he'd seen the man. He corrected me by saying the priest. If it was a person, they'd have to get up and walk away from us in a straight line down the path, which we'd have seen, or they'd have to walk past us. The following is a true story that I'm positive happened, but cannot find a conventional explanation for. When I was 4 years old, my family lived in military housing in Winnipeg in the early 70s. I had an older brother, 6 at the time, and a younger brother who would have been 1 year old. Our house was a bungalow with a fairly conventional layout for that time. Living room, kitchen, dining room, at one end of a rectangular structure, and bedrooms, bathroom, connected to a hallway at the other end. One day, I was sitting in the hallway where I could see my parents in the kitchen and could also look down the hall towards the doors in the bathrooms. No one was down the hall, other than my 1-year-old brother, who I think was sleeping in his room. I was looking down the hall when I saw something impossible. There were 2 bedroom doorways on the left side of the hall. What I saw came out of the door on the left, closest to me. It was about 8 to 10 feet away. As I watched, a skeletal arm slowly emerged into the hallway, horizontally at my eye level, until the elbow was almost showing, but not quite. Then, it slowly retracted in the exact same fashion into the room. I remember that the bones looked very real. I now know that they were the color of real bones, and were clearly not any kind of plastic replica. The arm bones seemed like they were the size of an adult male's. I know for certain that we didn't have anything that resembled those bones at the house. I also knew for certain that my older brother was not in that area of the house. I could see my parents in the kitchen, and it would be unlike them to play such a scary prank on a 4-year-old. And I don't know if I can explain it, but it was clear by the smooth and steady movement of the arm that it wasn't something being held by someone. It looked as if it was attached to its owner. My impression was that the arm's owner was aware of me and deliberately revealing itself to me in a non-threatening manner. Despite my age, I knew that what I had just seen was extraordinary. I noted that it was the middle of the day, and I was sitting up and wide awake. Of that, I was positive. There was simply no explanation. I wasn't terrified, as one would think. It just simply happened and was done. I had zero interest in going down and looking in that room to see what was there, though perhaps the apparition was an invitation to do so. I didn't tell my parents. Don't ask me why, but, they wouldn't have believed me. Nothing like this has happened to me since this event, and there didn't seem to be any other strange occurrences at that house. A couple of years ago, I finally thought to ask my parents about the house in Winnipeg. They said they hadn't noticed anything strange there, but the previous owner had died while in the military overseas. So, there it is. My one and only experience that I can say with 100% certainty, and will go to my grave believing was an authentic paranormal event. When I was in the 8th grade, back in 2015, I lived at Fort Carson, a military post in Colorado. The house we lived in was pretty normal for military housing. Nothing really felt strange or creepy about the house itself. It was just your regular 4-bedroom home in a small neighborhood of identical houses. I had already lived there for a few years and had nothing out of the ordinary happen, and my family, if they did experience anything, they never told me, except my younger brother. My brother is the youngest out of me and my siblings and was only 4 at the time, so whenever he would talk about things that scared him at night, a lot of the time I just assumed it was his imagination. A year before we moved out of the house, my brother would often wake up in the middle of the night and scream and cry as if he was being hurt. First time it ever happened, the whole house ran to his room to see what was wrong, but he was just in his bed, pointing at the door, screaming. He said that he saw a monster in the doorway. At first, we all thought that he had just had a bad dream or a really active imagination. However, almost every week after that, at least once or twice, he would wake up and do the same thing. I've always had a huge interest in things that are paranormal or strange, so after a while I became curious to see if he was really seeing something. One night, in the middle of summer, while I was playing Battlefield 4 with some friends, I got up and I went downstairs for a snack run. When I returned to my bedroom, I thought about what my brother would say about his doorway. Me and my siblings had our bedrooms on the second floor of the house. My room was directly across from the stairs, and to the left of my door was a long hallway with a bathroom between mine and my sister's room. Then, my brother's room at the end. Before I sat back down to continue playing, I decided to check on him, look down the hallway to his room. Standing in his doorway was a tall figure that almost didn't fit in the doorway. The top of its spine was pushed against the top, and I could only see the bottom half of its head. It had pale skin and backwards legs, like a goat, except they were human legs. It was facing the inside of my brother's room, towards his bed. I stared for a few seconds before I went back into my room and shut the door. What I'd seen shook me up a bit, but I reassured myself that I was probably seeing things, as all day I'd been watching ghost videos and listening to creepypastas. So I decided to take another look. I wish I didn't. This time, the thing was facing down the hallway, staring back at me. Its face had almost no features, except for dark holes for eyes, and its arms hung almost all the way to the floor. I froze and immediately felt sick. And after what felt like an eternity, I pulled my head back into my bedroom and shut and locked the door. My brother didn't wake up that night, and he later would be afraid of my bedroom too, even during the day. I never left my room at night until we moved out of that house, and I didn't tell anyone about it for a few years. I still think about it from time to time, but often doubt if I really saw what I had seen. Any of you have any similar encounters? Although I've heard many stories from my uncle about his time as an EMT, this is the story that will stick with me until I die. About 6 years ago, my Uncle Vinny's paramedic crew responded to a call from a hotel in Philly, and it was one of the more horrific experiences he's had. The initial report stated that a maintenance man named Mike went to check on room 417 since water had been reported flooding into the hallway, and it was he who found the body. Mike informed 911 that there was a man in the in-suite bathroom who appeared to be deceased, and he was all but hyperventilating as he tried to make this report. Mike relayed that he saw the man and immediately backed out of the room, being careful not to drop his phone into the several inches of water on the floor. My uncle's two-man paramedic team entered the room about 12 minutes later, and they almost gagged at the smell of feces and burning flesh. Vinny, who has a stomach of steel, had to press his hands to his mouth to keep from vomiting. The room was filled with steam, and the humidity was instantly making the men sweat profusely. Their grip on their equipment was slipping, and they knew they needed to extract the victim quickly. The naked man was floating in the hot tub, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. From the looks of the man, he'd been in the water for a while, since his bruised skin was starting to peel off of his body in long, squishy strips. Vinny held his breath and checked for vitals, while one of the other EMTs went to get a bag for the body. Even though my uncle saw corpses regularly, this method of death was a disturbing first for him, and something about the whole situation was unnerving. As Vinny placed his fingers on the man's wrist, expecting to feel nothing, he had to choke back a startled scream when the victim's hand shot out and grasped his arm. It wasn't a corpse. The John Doe didn't show any other signs of being responsive, but when the other EMT went to check the man's eyes for a dilation reaction, his pupils, they looked slitted. almost like those of a reptile. Vinny was weirded out, but dismissed it as a side effect of getting boiled alive, like a hard-boiled egg. As the men removed the victim from the hot tub, the man began to thrash, strips of flesh splattering on the EMTs. They tried to pin the man down to keep him from hurting himself, but he was shockingly strong. As the last bits of flesh dropped to the floor, Vinny saw that it wasn't skin underneath. It was more like scales. His partner must have noticed too, because both men began screaming, almost in unison. The thing began to growl, and my uncle's normal desire to figure out the problem turned into sheer fight or flight, with flight winning out. He ran from the hotel room, his teammate on his heels. They slammed the door behind them, and a moment later, they heard one of the windows shatter. The men had no idea how to explain to their boss what had just happened. But after some phone calls and a few men in black suits appearing, they were given a specific story to follow. They were told to say that a John Doe tried to drown himself, and that the mentally unhinged man climbed down the fire escape when his attempt failed. Vinny, who was paid extra well to keep his mouth shut, never did tell anyone about his story until he shared it with me the other day. I could tell he didn't want to, but I was the only one in the family that he thought would believe him. The only reason he even shared his ridiculous story is because he thinks something has been stalking him the last few weeks, and he's worried that the creature has returned. I thought he was crazy until I went to his house yesterday. I saw a trail of bipedal clawed footprints underneath his windowsill. A few weeks ago, my boss, Patty, shared a few of her paranormal experiences while we closed down the restaurant. She's in her 70s, and her family owned and operated an actual haunted hotel when she was growing up. It was built in 1927, and it's still one of the nicest hotels in town. I've never stayed there personally, but I thought it would be fun to share Patty's stories. I didn't know what party lines were, not until Patty explained how she had to share a landline with other people. Multiple families would share a single phone line back in the day. It was wild. Their hotel didn't have physical phones in each room, but they had one in their residence, and it was the same line as the phone at the front desk. Sometimes, guests would complain of a young girl speaking into the phone, and it was assumed to be Patty or her sisters. The hotel already had a reputation for being haunted, so guests assumed it was a gimmick. But Patty and her family heard it sometimes too. How often the girl spoke varied from several days in a row to months of total silence. Most of the time, the girl called out, "Hello," as if she wasn't sure anyone was there. But no matter what they replied, it was like she couldn't hear them. There was also a handful of times that the girl was crying, and the longer they listened, the louder it got. And Patty still seemed shaken by recalling the young girl's plea for help. She was 10 when she heard it. She'd answered the phone while her mom was cooking. It was only her aunt, but the connection sounded fuzzier than usual, like someone crumpled a candy wrapper in the receiver. Her aunt's voice was barely audible, but then a clear, distinct child said, "Hello?" Before she could reply, the static spiked and the sobbing began. Patty tried to ask what was wrong, and her mother grew concerned by the panic in her voice. Before the phone was taken, She heard the crying child's desperate pleas for help. She dropped the phone and tried to run away, but her mother caught her by the arm, telling her to wait a second as she put the receiver to her own ear. No one was there. The aunt arrived in a panic 10 minutes later, having assumed Patty screamed for help. When she tried to call back, she couldn't get through, yet other calls had come in just fine. They never learned the poor girl's name, but they believed she was the child of a construction worker. When the hotel was built, they didn't have safety codes or workers' union. Immigrants were cheap, easy labor, and often taken advantage of. One of the builders was a widower with a young girl, maybe 4 or 5. But they were homeless. He set up camp near the river, but the child was too young to be left alone. A foreman took pity on the man and allowed the girl to stay in one of the completed rooms during the man's shifts. For weeks, the man fed his daughter, left her in the room with a sack lunch, and worked until dusk. For weeks, he retrieved her sleeping form and carried her to the camp they called home. Until one night, she wasn't there. At first, he thought she'd wandered out, maybe searching for an outhouse. The foreman collected men for a search party, but no one could find her. They searched through the night, and the next day, she was so young, she couldn't have wandered too far, not alone. They concluded she must have been kidnapped and expanded the search radius, but she was never seen again. A few years later, the foreman was arrested for kidnapping an employee's daughter. He never confessed to taking the first, but people believed he did. Some people have wondered if her body is buried beneath the hotel's concrete foundation. Her father never left town. He couldn't give up the last hope of finding his daughter, but when he learned of the foreman, he walked into the jailhouse with a shotgun. They say that no one tried to stop him, not until he turned the gun on himself, but they couldn't get to him in time. Both he and the foreman died that night. Sometimes, when the ghost was particularly active, the customers would tell their friends, and they would have people walking in off the street just to use their phone. Most believed it was fake, but they still paid for the experience, so Patty's family went along with it. There was only one time they had a genuinely unsettling experience. An older man, probably in his 50s, he came just before 10 p.m., while Patty was watching the front desk. His appearance was almost inhuman. He was bald, incredibly tall, dressed in a black suit, and his ears looked plastic. His nose was pointy, almost like a bird's beak, and his top lip looked like he had corrective surgery. Paired with his small, dark eyes and non-existent chin, he appeared almost alien. Patty was terrified the moment he entered the lobby. She managed to ask if he wanted a room, but she could barely get the words out. That's not what he wanted, anyway. He wanted to use the telephone. His voice, like his face, was void of emotion, almost robotic. After a brief pause, he added, "Please," as if saying it was an annoying requirement. Patty squeaked out a timid, "Yes, sir," but her voice was barely audible as she placed the phone on top of the counter. The moment it was in his sight, she ceased to exist. He bent down, bringing the tip of his pointed nose just above the receiver. She heard him inhale deeply several times, breathing it in as one would their favorite scent. She didn't move or speak. She had a terrible feeling that she shouldn't. He kept pausing to turn his ear to the base, like he was listening for something. After smelling every part of the phone, he removed a handkerchief from his breast pocket, and with great deference, He picked up the receiver to carefully inspect every inch. When satisfied, he placed the receiver on the desk and began dialing a number, still using the handkerchief. She thought that he was choosing numbers at random. He never spoke to the operator, and he dialed enough numbers to call China twice. It shouldn't have worked. But then, he picked up the receiver once more, and holding it a few inches from his ear, he said, "Hello? Yes? No? 38 GP? Yes?" And that was it. Patty heard something on the other end, but it was so distorted, she couldn't tell if it was words or something else. The man in black retrieved a small notepad from his pocket, unclipped the attached pencil, wrote for a moment, and left without a word. When she told her father, he asked staff members if they saw the man, but no one else had, and they never saw him again. They didn't know if he was a ghost too, or just a man with a screw loose on vacation, but Patty had never heard of the men in black until I told her about them. Maybe someone here can tell us if that might be what this is. The weatherman warned of an approaching storm on the evening news, but the rain had already made its way to where I lived. It was Thanksgiving night. My brother and his friends were at the school playing 4-on-4 football on the practice field behind the gym. Our mother made my brother take me with them, so he begrudgingly made me the ref. I sat on the sidelines and watched them toss the ball around for a little over an hour. As the field grew darker and the football became more difficult to see, my brother's team wanted to finish their last drive before calling it a game. It was 3rd down for them, trailing by a field goal. My brother insisted they finish. So the 8 boys line back up, and the cold pigskin briefly brushes against the frozen grass before being fired backwards into my brother's hands. He steps back and launches the first pass, sailing over his receiver's head. 4th down, last play. Again, the ball gets snapped into my brother's hands, and he steps back for another Hail Mary and sends it flying. But just as it's about to reach its peak, before the arch, boom, it strikes something almost completely invisible, sitting idle in the sky. The ball plummets straight down from the impact point. All of us just stood there staring at this object, barely visible and completely silent, aside from the metallic thunk from the football. The only way to follow it with your eyes would be to focus and watch the stars disappear and reappear behind it as it flew by. I saw my brother pick up the ball and drop it. It stunk like sulfur, and the smell transferred to his hands when he picked it up. No one else attempted to pick it up, but we could all smell the smell. It wasn't long after that we decided to get the hell out of there. It started as a quick walk in the direction we came, towards our house, and that transitioned into running in a matter of seconds. Call it a knee-jerk reaction, but once we reached the front steps of our house, we all started laughing. Well, not everyone. My brother was just staring at the sky. After several moments of catching our breath, laughing and not laughing, my brother grabs my arm and says, "We gotta go inside. You all should too. Bye, guys." And he rushes us inside, closing the door on his friends. I wish there was a little more to the story, but the rest of the night, my brother just made us stay inside. My parents couldn't understand why he was paranoid, and my father, mostly upset that we'd lost a perfectly good football, asking why we couldn't just be honest about what happened. Of course, we were being honest. You expect your parents to just believe you. Believe you when you lie. Believe you when you tell the truth. They should just believe you. But our parents just didn't. They didn't believe anything they couldn't see for themselves, apparently. My brother is still a bit sour at this point. He knows what we saw. He knows that there was more to see if my parents would just listen and even go look at the football. They refused. My brother remains convinced of this stuff. UFOs, aliens, but he also seems a bit hesitant to talk about it, saying that the older he gets, the less he feels like putting himself out there, whatever that means. It shows as him being interested, being a believer, but never wanting to personally put himself, his story, our story, in the mix. I don't know. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? I grew up in sort of a rural area in Michigan. Not exactly middle of nowhere, just definitely no streetlights, neighbors far apart, that sort of thing. I remember one night I was laying in bed. I was young, probably 7 at the oldest, and I saw lights pierce through my curtains. It was unusual to see. Even at that age, I realized I was seeing something I hadn't seen yet. I remember getting up out of bed and walking toward the window of all places. My house was usually filled with nighttime sounds. The buzz from the TV that was turned on but probably on a black screen by now. Our dogs faintly snoring. Sounds like that. Before the light, you could hear those sounds. And then somehow, the light brought with it a blanket of silence. So yes, I was curious. What was this light? Before reaching the window, it was my mother's voice I could hear. She was saying my name. No, she was screaming it from behind. Suddenly, she's swooping me up, away from the window, away from the light. She ran me through the house, and I could see this bright light shining through every single window, brightest in the living room, as we had a large front window, which sat behind the couch. Our dogs were following in tow. My mother hadn't stopped running me through the house long enough to see anything except for the light. She told me to cover my ears, but I didn't know why. I couldn't hear anything. But she looked like she was in pain. She was holding me, so she couldn't cover her ears. I remember cupping her ears. Eventually, we ended up in the master bathroom. Mother shuts the door, but before doing so, she grabs the corded phone on her nightstand and brings it into the bathroom with us. She's frantically dialing someone, and as she does, I'm drawn to the window just above the shower in her bathroom. The light, it's so intense. For the first time, I can see it's changing colors. It goes from being blinding white to blinding blue. Like some sort of police lights, but missing the red. I hear my mom telling someone over the phone that these lights have been surrounding our house for several minutes. She tells whoever that she saw it before the lights came on, and that it was silent and huge. She asks the person, "Can't you hear that? Can you hear that sound?" That's the sound it started making when it turned its lights on. "I can't see it anymore," she says. "Only the lights." My mother's now listening to someone on the other end, to which she responds, "No, it's not a plane." And then asks, "Are you sure you aren't getting any other reports of this? The object, it's huge. And it's incredibly bright." please, can you have someone just come take a look? After several moments of back and forth, my mother eventually hangs up the phone. We sit in real silence for several moments. She messes with her ears some more, and I still wonder what she can hear and why I can't hear it too. The phone rings. My mother answers it, and I can tell it's someone familiar, but I wasn't the kid to interrupt while she spoke to someone. She asks over and over, "Yeah, but what is it?" Finally, she says, "But Terry, it's huge, and I could see it before all the lights happened." Terry's my uncle. "A UFO," my mother shrieks. I didn't know the term, and I wouldn't learn it until the following Monday at school. We stayed in the bathroom for what seemed like forever. I remember sitting in the bathtub, looking up at the lights, still bright, still changing. I actually don't remember leaving the bathroom. I do remember when everything went dark, though. I must have fallen asleep because the darkness woke me up. I was now laying in my mother's bed, her laying next to me. She was awake, and she tells me to go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Just a bad dream, she says. It wasn't a dream, though. She said this to try to resolve any unsettling feelings I must have had, but her telling me it was a dream somehow scared me more. I looked at her bedside table. The phone was still stretched all the way to the bathroom. It wasn't a dream. She may have convinced me if I hadn't gone to school Monday and at least 3 other kids having similar tales to tell. Our teacher even referenced the movie E.T. while talking to another teacher. A couple of kids overheard and asked if we could watch the movie. We didn't, but I asked my mom about it. The movie, that is. And even that, she didn't want to talk about. I came to the conclusion at a very young age I saw something wild, or more so, experienced something wild, because all I really saw were bright lights. My mother, on the other hand, saw something far more. Something that she made some sort of silent agreement with herself not to indulge. She passed away in 2009, never really sharing her thoughts on the matter, ignoring it almost entirely. Sometimes, I really do wish I could do the same. Unfortunately, I am forever curious about what goes on up there in the sky. What exactly were those lights? The sound, or the lack of sound? I don't know. When I was around 4 or 5, I lived with my mom in the Philippines. Back then, it was always a fun pastime to share stories about hauntings with my cousins and friends, but I personally never had one at that point. That all changed one night. As a kid, I had very vivid nightmares that I considered to be extreme for a child like myself to handle. Because of these dreams, I have a habit of waking up in the middle of the night and being afraid to go back to sleep. Unusually, I woke up abruptly one night, but I don't remember having a nightmare that time. Then I had the sense that I should look behind me, like when one's watching a scary video and you feel the need to check your surroundings. Before I did, I looked at my mom, who was in a deep sleep next to me. After doing so, I looked behind me to my pillow, and to my utter dismay, there was a man lying down on my pillow as I sat up. I'll try my best to recall what I saw in detail, seeing as it was about 14 years ago now. The man's face had a weird look to it. His skin was painted with what I could only describe as camouflage, like the ones that soldiers used on themselves. I got only a brief glimpse, but he looked like he was resting, both eyes closed. He made no interactions with me, nor did I attempt to interact with him. I quickly turned back to look away from what I just saw, and I began to mumble prayers to myself. I began to break down, and that's as far as I can remember. I don't remember if I got sleep that night or what I did after. I believe about a year before that experience, my grandfather from my dad's side of the family had passed away. I didn't know much about him, aside from small calls I got from him and my dad. Interestingly enough, when I brought this story up to my grandmother years later, after moving to California, she said that it might have been him paying a visit. She told me that he was a veteran. He served in World War II. I hadn't known about this prior to her mentioning it, and in retrospect, I guess the camouflage thing makes more sense now. It was a really weird experience because it was the only time I could say that I've seen a ghost. My grandfather's, to be exact. Ironically, I don't have a strong feeling towards ghostly presences anymore since my move to California. It's almost like I don't believe in them anymore. But that one experience was so vivid and traumatizing in a way that it always reminds me to believe that there are more than we know out there. This happened way back in 2013 when I was in junior college. It was our college organization's annual art camp. For a short description, we're all in the fine arts department, and our organization holds this art camp where there's seminars from our professors and mentors, and all in all, team building activities. It's usually set up in a recreational venue. So, as I said, I was in junior, and it was our year as the officers of the said organization. So, we're the ones who chose the venue, planned the games, itineraries, and such. To give a brief description of the place, it's a rural area around Laguna in the Philippines. It's a huge recreational area with a hanging bridge leading to a campfire, pool area, and obstacle courses. In the middle of the venue, there's a huge open space function hall where the seminars were held. Our cabins were hidden by trees located far behind the hall. The first cabin was for the mentors and professors, while the last two were occupied by higher year students. The middle three were occupied by the rest of the students. On the right side of the function hall, there's an outdoor lounge area with a life-size chessboard. If you walk straight further, there's the obstacle course area. Further from it, the pool and the foresty area where the campfire and hanging bridge are located. This particular story was experienced by my classmates. It was already night, around 8 p.m. Our scheduled seminar was already finished and everyone was done with their dinner. Some of the students were chilling in the patio area of the cabin, some walking around, and others, us, the officers, were busy planning tomorrow's activities. The guys, Gab, Wally, Kev, Alan, and Hero, were chatting and chilling inside their cabin. One of them decided to explore around. Hero suggested that they play at the chessboard area, so they decided to go, all of them, except for one. Gab approached Frank, a freshman, dozing at the top bunk. He asked if he wanted to come with them, but Frank was sleepy and he said no, turning his back to them. Before leaving, Gab asked Frank if it's all right to borrow his slippers because he had none, and Frank signaled okay. So the five guys were heading out of the cabin, fooling around, laughing. They look around and they saw students slowly heading to each of their cabins to rest. They were almost a few yards away from the chessboard when Gabe noticed that someone was walking parallel to them. The guy was heading to the large old coconut tree adjacent to the chessboard area. Gab was confused and stopped walking. Wally, Kev, Alan, and Hero noticed the walking guy as well. It was already dark, and with minimal lights around, it was hard for them to see far. Gab tried to rub his eyes and he recognized the walking guy, It was Frank. They all shouted, "Frank, come here!" Hiro realized that Frank stopped walking and turned to them. No expression at all. Alan was confused as well, and he asked if it was really Frank. Gab realized something creepy and faced the guys. "How could it be Frank when I'm wearing his only slippers?" he mumbled nervously. They all looked at the guy that they were calling earlier and noticed it continued walking, and then suddenly disappeared behind the old tall coconut tree. The guys collectively gasped, ran, and shouted loudly back to their cabin. When they reached the door, Wally opened it, only to find out that Frank was sleeping deeply with his headphones on. They woke him up, slapped him softly, and asked him if he was okay or if he had walked outside. Frank rubbing his eyes open, saying no, confusedly. The 5 guys had gotten so scared that they were trying to outrun each other, heading to our cabin to tell us what happened. I was so scared, but not actually surprised, since it felt creepy around the area during nighttime. It just felt really strange and off. I had my experience the night before, but I wasn't sure it was paranormal. I was the only one awake at the time. It was 2 a.m., and I hear giggling around our cabin, like kids running around, chasing each other. I also noticed silhouettes walking past our screen door, though I personally tried to dismiss it, thinking of it as some of the students were just still awake, fooling around outside. But I wasn't able to sleep until 5 a.m. So, I believe that place had ghosts and elements in it, as per the recount of some of the students as well, not just mine. You can easily tell if something is creepy in a place just by the feels it gives off. I went to a week-long snowboarding camp during winter break in middle school. Living near a mountain, I'd never really had an interest in the sport. But a few of my friends were going, and I didn't want to spend the whole vacation sitting at home by myself while they got to go make memories that would solidify them as better friends than me, of course. So, a week earlier, my dad takes me to a little winter sports shop to get my board, required gear. The camp had sent out a letter explaining everything I'd need to be prepared for the week. At camp, the cabins were separated by boys on the left and girls on the right side of the hill. Then, we were grouped off by skill levels. I was assigned to the Green Gecko's cabin, meaning for one whole week I'd have to wear a bright green t-shirt with a smiling, toothy gecko on it, while rarely getting to see my friends because they were in the intermediate cabins. Each troop had 5 girls and a counselor. The cabins were relatively big, and on the left and the right walls are 2 bunk beds each, then 1 normal bed toward the back wall for the counselor. I got the bottom bunk, but each bed had a little window, probably 24 inches by 12 inches, longer than it is wide. You could open the window to let in air, but there was a thick mesh screen to keep the animals out. Since getting there, I've kept my window open while sleeping. I enjoyed breathing in the crisp air while in my warm sleeping bag as I dozed off. But midweek, I thought I was still dreaming when I was awoken by someone whistling to get my attention. Assuming one of my friends had snuck out, I rolled over and looked through the mesh. But peering through the other side of the fabric barrier, there was a girl, and she looked identical to me. She wore a smile as if she already had known how familiar we were. I couldn't help but smile back. She gestured for me to come outside. I whispered, no, too afraid of waking up my counselor. The girl crawled out of view. When she returned, she had a small black plastic bag
like one you'd get from the gas station. She opened the plastic bag, revealing a heap of candy. Again, I whispered, "No." I didn't want to risk getting caught. I suggested that we meet up at breakfast the next morning. She made a high, squealy grunt before standing and running away, leaving the bag of candy next to the window. When she stood up, I noticed that she had no shoes on. Then I noticed her shirt was the same green and white as my cabin's colors. Then she was gone, into the darkness of the trees. I laid there for a moment, questioning if I'd just had a lucid waking dream. I laid back down, and maybe a half hour later, I heard camp security quietly open our cabin door. They shine the flashlight from bed to bed. I pretend I'm asleep, facing the wall as the light scans the bunks. The security guard then quietly steps out, beeps his walkie-talkie saying, "No, they're all accounted for," before walking away. The next morning, I wake up and I almost forgot about the night's happenings, chalking them up as a really strange dream. It's only when I go outside and I see the small black plastic bag that it all becomes vivid again, half covered in a dusting of snow. The black plastic reflected off the morning sun. I walked over and picked up the bag, remembering all of the candy that was previously shown to me. When I untied the bag and I opened it, what laid inside were 3 dead frogs, their innards cut out in a frozen pool that conjoined the 3 frogs like an atrocity of God. I dropped the bag, immediately telling my counselor what had happened and showing them the bag. At breakfast, I never did see the girl that looked like me. For the rest of the week, camp security heightened their patrols on their snowmobiles around the cabins. When I was in the 3rd grade, I made friends with the new girl in town, Allison. She moved into the house next door to my already best friend, Emily. Before her, the home was owned by an old couple who raised their family there, I guess. We never met any kids, and we never went over there, except for Halloween. We'd go trick-or-treating. Anyway, it was sort of exciting to get to go into this new house that we'd seen from the outside so many times, but never the inside. We would spend a lot of time playing between the houses, Emily's and Allison's, as my house was 2 streets over. Both houses were bright, let lots of light in, similar layouts like most of the houses in our neighborhood. But in some ways, Allison's home was just a little different. It hadn't been remodeled, sort of thing. Large, foggy, yellow glass windows above the front door, instead of the clear glass window above Emily's. The flooring in most of Allison's house was this dark brown laminate flooring. Some areas were carpet, also dark brown, sort of thicker. Either way, Allison's family was really nice. Everything was normal there, but there were times that it felt straight out of a dream, despite being wide awake. The first sleepover, it was actually the last one. I came up with many excuses in the future, as did Emily, for why we couldn't stay the night. The other thing about Allison's house, it was her basement. Of course, it wasn't finished like all the other houses, like Emily's. Her basement was a laundry room, I guess, but these exposed walls, you could see through to the crawl space when you were down there. Basically, you could walk right into the basement walls. Not that anyone would want to. Super, super creepy. What was even worse is that this basement didn't have a door. The door had been removed. It was unclear if they were going to be reconnecting the door, but either way, from the inside, it remained doorless. During our sleepover, it was decided that we would be sleeping in the living room. I'd opted to sleep on the couch since I wasn't really fond of the floor, and I didn't want to crowd on a chair. As I lay on the couch, I'm immediately uncomfortable by the fact that I have a perfectly clear view of the basement doorway. A dark hallway that's only made lighter by the fact that the basement area is pitch black. It's from there, this vantage point, I see something shadowed emerge from the doorway. Immediately, I jump up, letting out a scream before covering my mouth to muffle the scream. Both Allison and Emily don't know what I'm doing, and they ask exactly that. Feeling like a fool, I explain myself, but I only felt more foolish as they grinned at me. I took my place on the couch and I just faced the other direction. Of course, this just made me feel like I was being watched from behind, so I opted to sleep on the floor with the other two. As we tried to fall asleep, well, Emily and I, since Allison was already sleeping, we turned off the TV and just joked around in the somewhat dark living room. The glow from the kitchen above the stove light provided just enough light for us to kind of see each other. I then see Emily's face, and I can see that she's looking just past and above me. Her face goes from normal Emily to something I've never seen. I don't even know how or why we both jolted up at the same time, but we did. I quickly turned to face the direction that she was facing, the direction of the basement. I see nothing, but it feels awful to look in that direction. I feel Emily grab my arm, then my hand. She looked like me, she said softly. What? Who? I said. But Emily didn't answer further. Instead, she laid back down and said, maybe we should just go to sleep. And I guess that's when we both tried and eventually succeeded in falling asleep. I didn't stay asleep, though. I woke up. No idea what time it was or how much time had passed because I didn't move. The sun hadn't come up yet. I woke up to Emily, but it wasn't Emily, it was her voice. It sounded like she was talking to someone in the other room, in the basement. I almost followed the sound. I thought she was saying my name. My body moved and I was almost up. But then I saw that she's laying right next to me. I don't know why there were two Emilys. I don't know what happened to Allison's house. But something just wasn't right. Hated that feeling so much. Is that what an evil spirit feels like, you think? Why did it choose Emily's form? Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this before? Alright, so this must have been early 2000s during the summer, after I was in 3rd or 4th grade. My mom had just gotten a new flip phone, and if you remember, back then, you could record audio and make it your ringtone. I was in the back seat of her van as my mom was driving me home from her parents'. We'd just pulled out of the driveway when I took her phone to record the guitar solo that was playing on the radio. I honestly wish I could remember what song it was, but unfortunately, I do not. It was most likely a classic rock song, though, as that's mainly what she used to listen to. Anyway, I recorded like a 15-second clip of the song to make a ringtone. But when I played it back, there were words. It was very clear, and I showed it to multiple people that all heard the same thing. It kind of sounded like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch saying it while
gargling water. And what was really weird was that the last me that they said, it turned back into a guitar strum. It could be a glitch, could be a ghost. I don't know. But I definitely had physical proof of something. The next one, it could have been me hallucinating, but it also could be that it's easier for paranormal things to happen to us when we're sleeping or tired, as I'm starting to think anyway. I was again probably 3rd or 4th grade, and it was during the winter. I fell asleep watching TV in my parents' room. We only had 2 TVs in the house at the time, and I was awoken by my mom, who got me up and started walking me to my bedroom. We were in the hallway, walking to my room, when I saw what I thought was my older brother, laid back on my bed, reading a book that was resting on one leg that was bent up. I yelled, "Hey, get out of my room!" His head turned to look at me, and his eyes were wide open like he was shocked I could see him. He quickly jumped over the side of the bed out of view, and when I jumped on the bed to chase him, he was gone. It happened pretty fast and freaked my mom out. A few things thinking back after it happened. The lights were off, but he was kind of bluish in color. He was also wearing oldish-looking glasses, which my brother did not wear at all. Needless to say, I didn't sleep alone for a long time after that. Last night, or this morning, I get a call at 3 a.m. It's my friend Daishi, and he's trying to FaceTime me. I probably would have ignored the call, but we never FaceTime each other, and usually when someone's calling that late into the night, it's most likely an emergency. So I was automatically a bit nervous at what I was going to see when I accepted the call. It connects, and his screen opens up. My picture in the corner of the screen works fine, but his feed is a black, glitchy mess, and the audio's equally garbled. What I do hear, through the sharp, choppy static, sounds like a woman screaming in Japanese. Then, the call ends, disconnected from his side. When my screen goes back to the main menu of my phone, I open up my favorites and I call him back. The phone rings 2 or 3 times before Daishi answers. His voice sounded tired and groggy. I'm like, "Yo, what was that all about?" And he goes, "Hey, what? Are you okay?" That's when I told him, "No, dude. Some girl just FaceTimed me from your phone, screaming." I could tell he was genuinely confused, so I started to tell him everything that happened when he interrupts me and asks me what time it is. I said it's 3:50. Hearing that, Daishi says, "Oh, fuck," and quickly hangs up. This makes my stomach turn, and I debate whether or not I should try to call him again. I decided to wait, and I planned on following up later in the day. But I didn't have to, as Daishi ended up calling me a couple of hours ago. He was in good spirits, telling me that he'd had an important meeting at work this morning. My phone call woke him up just in time. Apparently, his cat had knocked his alarm clock into his water dish sometime into the night. I asked who FaceTimed me last night, and he said he still has no clue what I was talking about. His phone didn't have any missed calls. Now, it being late evening, I've had some time to ponder about this. I know Daishi's mother passed away last year. She'd been battling breast cancer since before we graduated college and before he got this job. She died right after graduation. I think her last goal was to see her son get his diploma. I also think that she may have been the one to call me last night
so I'd wake up Daishi for his meeting. The hairs on my arms are literally standing up right now. For as long as I can remember, I've never been able to escape the paranormal. Whether it be the television turning itself off at night as a child, or imaginary friends my older sister and I could both see for years. I've grown to become almost desensitized to anything out of the ordinary. Out of all the things that have come in and out of my current home, there's one being that's been there for as long as I can remember, and quite the odd one at that. For simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to him as Old Man. He's often heard walking throughout the basement, mostly in the spare living room that connects to another spare room. He's not spoken a word to any of us, but he really seems to dislike my mother's best friend, as when she lived with us for a short while, he'd bang on the laundry room walls when she was alone in there, and she'd swear up and down that he'd told her to get out. Nobody else had ever been told the same. Typically, the most that we would get was a whisper calling our names. And who knows if that was even him in the first place. So this was always perplexing to me. Personally, I think the Old Man is all right. He's been docile with my family, never moves things or bugs any of us. I've only seen him briefly here and there, but the description I have of him, it matches what everyone else in the house has seen of him. And everyone, except my mom's friend, can pretty much agree that he's harmless. When my room was in that spare room connected to the basement's living room, I'd often come home to an empty house after school and crash for a couple of hours while waiting for anyone else to come home. Sometimes I'd be so tired from staying up too late and having to get up so early that I'd fall asleep with the lights on. And in those cases, I'd wake up 90% of the time with the lights having been turned off for me. Nobody in my family ever admitted to doing it. And my parents really wouldn't have been the type to turn the lights off for me to sleep, since they found my messed up sleeping cycle and daily naps to be frustrating. With both of my siblings being gone most of the time around then, it was also unlikely that they'd lie about doing that for me. So I can only assume that it was the Old Man who had helped me out with the lights. I've always wondered if perhaps he's some sort of guardian, yet the way he acted towards my mom's friend contradicts that, since she's by no means a bad person or deserving of that. Though I can't even say for certain that it was the Old Man who did any of that, since she never saw him when the walls were being banged on. I wonder how many of you have had similar experiences with a being acting hostile to some while docile towards others. I've been reading a lot of strange stories, so I thought this would be a good place for mine. It happened over 30 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Every summer, I spent June and July serving hard labor on Grandpa's farm, and if I never have to see another live pig, I'll die happy. I hated it there, but my opinion didn't count for much. In fact, it didn't count for fuck at all. But the point is, I was there. Grandpa needed help, and I was the only one too young to say no. It's true what they say about farming. You really do gotta wake up at 5 a.m. every goddamn day. My chore list got a little bit longer with each trip, so the summer before senior year was especially brutal. But knowing it was my last infused me with just enough strength to persevere. Admittedly, persevere is a strong word, a strong, inaccurate word, but I survived, and I never served time in a psych ward. That, my friends, is called winning.
Collectively, I spent a grand total of 20 months on that farm, and at least triple that just thinking about it. In all that time, I never experienced anything unusual until the final summer. Luckily, this actually has nothing to do with farming, only my grandpa's house, but more specifically, his basement. It was the morning of June 11th, and I was coming downstairs to breakfast when the old man's shrill curses reached my ears. I almost turned around, but that would only make things worse. Grandpa was one of those hard asses who wanted you to look at him cross so that he could beat you senseless. That's how he got his jollies. But this time, he was really mad. I could practically hear his face turning red as spit flew, and I knew that one vein would be predominant on his forehead. When I entered the kitchen, the basement door stood open, and Grandpa was at max volume downstairs, but I could also hear another sound, the sound of running water. I rushed halfway down the stairs before coming to a sudden stop. The room was flooding from a busted pipe, and the water was already 3 to 4 inches above Grandpa's ankles. I called out, but he didn't even look at me before finding the main shutoff valve. With the floodgates finally closed, Grandpa took notice of me, but he still had that look. So I quickly averted my gaze lest he interpret it as a challenge. Thankfully, he had bigger concerns at the moment, and I returned to being invisible. Once he was safely back up the stairs, I rolled up my pants and dove in. A ton of stuff was getting ruined. Random junk was floating by the steps, and dozens of boxes were half submerged. If I didn't fish them out, I would be the only one to blame later. I began placing boxes onto higher shelves as I circled the room, but in the corner, opposite the stairs, I froze at the sound of a large splash behind me. Grandpa didn't have any pets, and there's no way he returned to help. My head snapped to the sound's direction, but nothing was there. Just the same, almost calm, water surface. After several minutes of total silence, I tried to resume my duties, and I think that's what something was waiting for. The moment I bent over, something brushed past my leg. I imagine it's exactly what it would feel like if I were standing in a pool and someone swam by, except the water obviously wasn't deep enough for that to actually happen. I screamed like a girl, but Grandpa didn't return. I thought he simply hadn't heard me, but I made a break for the stairs and he was finishing his breakfast in the kitchen. He didn't seem the least bit fazed by my outburst. He didn't even acknowledge me. All he did was mutter about expensive repairs and today's pansy youth. I was too shaken up to put much thought into his exact words, but I wish I had. After a hot meal and a moment to calm down, I felt fairly foolish for panicking. With a renewed sense of false courage, I returned to the flooded basement and resumed my place in the far corner. Everything was fine. I felt ridiculous for having worried, but only for a few seconds. As I bent down to pick up the last box, a cold, bone-thin hand clamped around my ankle in a steel-tight grip. My mouth opened wide, but no scream emerged, only a soft, dry croak. I wanted to pull my leg free to run, but I was paralyzed, and the grip on my ankle grew tighter. I expected my bone to snap at any moment. Desperate, I dared to look down into the murky water, and though I can never be sure if what I saw was real or merely my own warped reflection, there was a ghastly, white, pallid face staring back at me. The eye sockets were black and hollow, the cheeks were drawn, and its mouth was frozen in a silent scream. maybe I went into shock, or maybe I had a panic attack. Either way, I couldn't breathe. It felt like my lungs were filling with water, and I couldn't get air. I couldn't choke. I couldn't fight back. I was completely helpless, and I have no clue how long I stayed that way. I only know that eventually, Grandpa was there, holding my head above water, shaking me like a crying newborn. I wasn't standing anymore. I was lying in the water, and the old man looked every bit as terrified as I felt. We didn't speak about what happened. He helped me upstairs. We called some plumbers, and they had the basement empty by that evening. Now, if nothing else had happened, I would think that I had a fit of temporary insanity or something and move on, but not with how things turned out. Grandpa's pipes were so old that they all needed to be replaced. To do that, a lot of the walls had to be ripped open, including one of the basements. There was a body in that bitch. The police were never able to identify the remains, but it was a male, and the top half of the skull was missing. I've just never really been able to process the whole thing. Sometimes I wonder if Grandpa killed that man. He fought the plumbers every step of the way. The police talked to him for a really long time, too. They didn't leave him alone until he got a lawyer. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? The old man died about 15 years ago, and on his deathbed, I asked him if he did it. But his mind was too far gone to answer. I guess it's one of those things I'll never know. But it feels much better to share my story with people who will believe it. Thanks for that. My name is Marcy. I'm 21 and I'm home for the summer. But soon I have to go back to college. And that's why I'm here with you. The commute involves a 4-hour ride through the endless sea of cornfields. And it's incredibly boring, especially if you go alone. That's why I wanted to find a few traveling buddies. But in the end, I only had Kathy and Margot. I didn't know them, and they didn't know each other. But we had a few friends in common. Kathy actually needed to stop about an hour before the cornfield leg of the journey, but Margot was stuck with me the whole ride, so ultimately, still a win. At least I thought it was. Apparently, Kathy and Margot really hit it off. Enough for Margot to ditch her own plans for a romp in the country. I definitely didn't see that one coming, but there was nothing to do about it. Nothing but get the next 4-hour drive over with. The cornfields began right on time and stretched as far as the eye could see. Within 30 minutes, I was already beginning to doze off, and by the hour mark, I realized loud music wasn't enough to keep me going. It was only 10 p.m., but there hadn't been a single change in scenery, not even a passing vehicle, to break the monotony of that fucking corn. I almost didn't believe it when I saw a human-shaped blob come into view on the side of the road. I didn't think it was an actual person. I figured it was just a discarded piece of junk that looked weird in the distant light of the high beams. But once I did realize it was a man, I genuinely didn't know what to do. I didn't have much time to think it through. Normally, I would never stop for a stranger, but I considered it out of concern for their safety. Anyone in the middle of this road, on foot, had to be in a bad way, and that line of thought kind of made me think to keep driving even more. If he was in trouble, what would I be getting myself into? If he wasn't in trouble, why would he be there, flagging me down? If he was dangerous, what the hell could I really do about it? I didn't have a weapon, except for the car itself, of course. Either way, before I knew it, I was passing him, pretending not to notice his waving arms. I glanced in the rearview mirror to see his stationary form quickly engulfed by the darkness as I accelerated. Within a few moments, my heart rate slowed, and I was wide awake. I'd been on that road for almost 2 hours by then, and knowing another 2 were ahead made me want to cry. With the aid of unnecessarily loud rock music, I was able to put the stranger out of my mind entirely for almost 20 solid minutes. That's when another dark, human-shaped blur appeared in the distance. I didn't believe my eyes at first. It couldn't be the same man. That would be impossible. He certainly couldn't walk faster than my car, and I would have seen another vehicle pass by. But what were the odds of 2 hitchhikers being on that road so late? It didn't matter. I sure as hell wasn't going to stop, but when I got closer, I realized it actually was the same man. His hair was long, and he wore something resembling a trench coat. My heart stopped, and for an instant, I wondered if I had fallen asleep at the wheel, but I'd never felt more awake in my life. This time, he wasn't just waving his arms. He was running into the road, fully illuminated by the high beams. I could see his greasy hair slick to the side of his head. Then, as I drew closer, I realized it wasn't because his hair was greasy. It was caked in blood. Had this been the first time I saw the man, I probably would have stopped, but it wasn't. Injured or not, there was something very wrong about the whole situation. There was just no way he got to that spot before me. And it was the same man. I'm positive. Before I knew it, I was accelerating again, but only a few yards separated us. He still made no effort to move out of the way. At the last second, every part of my body, from my eyes to my asshole, clenched, and I swerved into the other lane. I only had my eyes closed for maybe 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity as I waited for the inevitable impact. Only the collision never came. When I knew I must be well past the man, I opened my eyes to see nothing but the highway and endless rows of corn stretching into the eternal darkness beyond. There was absolutely no fear of falling asleep after that. I drove as fast as I dared, hoping to put the last half of the trip behind me, but just after the 3-hour mark, I saw him one last time. When the light reached his form, he dropped down into a crouch. I was beyond terrified. Simple words cannot express that level of fear. It's something you can only understand through experience. But I wasn't frightened solely by the fact that he got ahead of me. Again, it was the crouch that really did it. He wasn't hiding from me. He was lying in wait, ready to pounce. I could feel it. My eyes remained fixed on the man as I closed the distance, and when I came within range, he leapt forward into the road. It happened so fast I couldn't follow his movement. A dark blur suddenly sprang forward just as I was passing, and it collided with my front passenger side bumper. I felt the impact as I swerved, and this time, I lost control of the vehicle. I didn't know what to do. No one taught me how to handle this situation, but I managed to bring myself to a stop before the entire car was in corn. Had there been a ditch or something harder than corn stalks, I would have been stranded, or much worse. Terrified that the man would reappear any second, I reversed into the road, expecting to see a lifeless form on the pavement. But there wasn't. There was no sign of the man or blood. I wasn't about to get out and look around. I considered calling 911, but when I played the conversation in my head, it seemed like a bad idea. Nothing I experienced made sense. They would have probably asked me to stay put and send an officer to see if I was drunk. I was not staying out there for one more second. I was a nervous wreck for the rest of the drive, even after I got out of the cornfields. Every hill I topped, I expected to see the man again. My heart stopped dead each time I mistook something for his figure. But finally, I made it home without another incident. I'd worried about the damage to my car, but there wasn't a mark on it. I don't understand how that's possible. There was no dent, no blood, not even a scuff. Seriously, what the hell happened? I can't avoid that stretch of road without adding several hours to my trip, but I'm beginning to think it's worth it. I just couldn't handle going through that again, not even in the daytime. I love road trips. There's nothing more delightful to me than to get up an hour before sunrise and hit the road to a destination some hundreds of mile distance. However, there are occurrences in the wee hours when time gets thin and reality blurs around the edges. I'd like to share 3 of these stories that all share a phenomenon that I've called the screaming between. The first was during my move from North Carolina to California. I made it in a 4-day blitz across the continental U.S., which I was pretty proud of. Day 1 passed with no trouble. Moving from Goldsboro, North Carolina to Prattville, Alabama in about 12 hours. Day 2, I got all the way from Prattville to Baton Rouge, and I knocked off early to enjoy some beignets and gumbo. Day 3 was the day that I heard it. It was about 4 in the afternoon, with a relatively clear day around me. October isn't the hottest time in Texas, but my AC had quit working, so I had the window down. VNV Nation's Nemesis was blaring out of my shitty Honda Civic speakers when I heard a god-awful shrieking. It was like the sound of a big sheet of steel being torn lengthwise. In a panic, I turn off into a small pullout on the side of the I-10. Before I can even begin to figure out what's going on, rain is hitting the car. A couple of drops, then a torrent. And just ahead of me, where the road dips a bit, I see a runnel of water start. I look to my left, down to the south, and this massive thunderhead is pulling from behind a butte, and this wall of water is starting to pour across the road. Never saw anything like it before, and I was stranded there for a good 40 minutes as this flash flood poured not 20 feet ahead of my car, across the road. The next time was a road trip to Idaho, from my new home in the Mojave. I took the route up through Nevada via Amboy and Vegas, figuring that I could do the trip in about a day since the GPS predicted 12 to 13 hours for the drive. The snow was starting to come down, as this was a Christmas trip, my favorite time of year to take these journeys, visiting family and friends. I'd gotten roughly halfway there, around the town of Wells. It's honestly a bunch of truck stops and hotels, more of a stopover than a real town. I was starting to get drowsy. I'd taken longer than expected due to a major traffic buildup a few hours before, and it was already pitch black, around 11:30 p.m. I had just rolled down the window to let the blast of cool air rejuvenate me when I heard it. The same horrifying shriek of a sound. I jerked the wheel reflexively and skidded off the road. At that exact moment, an oncoming semi drifted right into the lane that I'd been in. The last story is another Christmas road trip. This time, I was going from the Mojave all the way to Illinois, and just my luck, a winter storm comes tearing along the I-70 just as I'm getting onto it during day 2 of my trip. It was insane. I'd gone from a slightly snowy but mostly clear day in Utah to a near whiteout conditions in under an hour. Now, I'm perfectly comfortable driving in the snow, and my SUV had its snow chains and 4-wheel drive in good condition. So I figure I can keep going a few hours at least. Then, of course, I hear it. That infernal hell shriek of a sound. This time, I could swear I heard it saying 13 as it screamed through the winter snow. By this time, I'm entirely out of fucks to give when it comes to that screaming, so I hit the next exit and I ducked into a hotel. Even though it was only 7 p.m. and I'd been on the road for less than 9 hours. The next day, as I'm driving, I counted 12 vehicles on the side of the road, overturned and wrecked, each one with massive gashes in the sides of the vehicles, like they'd been peeled back by some horrible force. I still love road trips, but part of me is always listening for that screaming when I'm between towns. So this isn't my personal story. It's from my friend Jackson. We've been friends for 17 years, and in all that time, there's only one incident scarred in his memory. Years ago, we were on a camping trip with his family. It was the summer of 2008. We were relaxing on the way to our campsite. We arrived in a small town and decided to set up camp in their woods. Jackson's mom made dinner, and afterwards, we watched other camping videos. We made marshmallows, and we just all around had a fun time. Then, at roughly 8:30, we went to bed. And this is where we need to shift to Jackson's perspective. At around 1 a.m., he woke up, not knowing why, but since he was up, he decided to take a walk. It was around 5 minutes later when he heard something. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a faint noise, a thump, drag, thump. Jackson, being the cocky shit that he is, muttered, "Assholes, don't know how to keep it down." He assumed it was a drunk, just taking long, exaggerated steps, but it stayed at the same volume. And then he got curious and walked towards the noise, hiding behind a bush when he got close enough. What he saw scared him so badly, he forgot to scream, and that's what saved him. A man was attempting to stick multiple dismembered body parts to a tree. He had a bag full of axes. That's what Jackson was hearing. The thump was the sound of the axe being used to stick a body to a tree, and the drag was from the man moving to the next tree. Then, the man looked directly at my friend, and Jackson ran. He somehow managed to lose the man, but he realized he was also lost. Switching to my perspective, I woke up hours later and I saw that Jackson was gone. I woke his parents and we eventually found him, but his clothes were torn, his eyes were baggy, and he was clearly in shock. We took him to the hospital and he began having nightmares. Every night, he'd wake up screaming, "Don't kill me, please." When he finally calmed down, he told me the story, and I believed him. I knew that he wouldn't lie to me. Now it's 14 years later. We're still good friends. This incident was never forgotten, only ignored, but I wanted to get it off my chest. I recently shared this story in a True Scary Stories Facebook group. I got a lot of feedback from people who lived in this area. It felt good to finally share my experience, so I'd like to leave it here as well. Well, shortly after posting, a woman contacted me to threaten myself and my family if I wrote about this man again. She believes he's innocent. It spooked me so much that I took my story down. I don't need weirdos like her in my life. I've since thought about this and decided to share my story again, but anonymously. It's my experience, and I'm not going to be frightened by some crazy bitch who dates child killers. So, here it is. I originally thought this incident happened in January of '84, but I now realize it was probably later in '83. I was 8 years old and lived in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb southeast of Denver. We lived in a brand new subdivision, and I loved it. Our ranch-style house was busy. I had 3 sisters, an older brother, a grandmother, and my mom living in our home. My 10-year-old sister and I shared a bedroom on the main floor. I loved this room. My twin bed was pushed against the wall that had the window facing our backyard, and at night, I liked pushing the curtains aside to look out. The window was elevated, but not so high that I couldn't easily see into the yard. My older sisters shared the room next to us, and my grandmother was in a large room across the small hallway. My mother stayed in a finished bedroom downstairs in the basement, and my brother had the rest of the basement. He was 16 at the time and had lots of friends that were always coming and going. I remember our house always being full of guests. We had a severe cold spell that week, so it was super icy outside. My sister and I had been playing in the backyard, which had not been enclosed with a fence. We had circular snow sleds that we would stand on and slide across the grass, and we left them strewn across the yard. That night, something woke me out of a sound sleep, and I thought about going downstairs to sleep with my mother. I did this from time to time, and she and I were really close. Then I heard a noise outside my window. It sounded like someone was slowly walking through the snow in the backyard. I could hear frozen grass crunching under their feet. Then I heard someone say, "Shit," and something clinked. I moved my curtain aside and I looked out the window. I expected to see my brother, one of his friends. He often came home past curfew and snuck through the backyard into an open basement window. I remember thinking he shouldn't be doing this on a school night, and in the morning, I planned to tell Mother that he woke me up. Only, it wasn't my brother. I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s, that I didn't recognize. I made eye contact with him and then quickly scanned the rest of the yard for my brother. I didn't see him anywhere. I was going to move away from the window, but the man's eyes were glued on mine, and he started walking towards my gaze. I froze. I couldn't move. He came as close as he could to the glass. He smiled at me. It was an eerie smile. It was an, "Oh look, you caught me doing something I shouldn't be doing," kind of smile. I remember he had crystal blue eyes, almost gray. Something about his expression was not right. It took me a few seconds to realize I was feeling fear. He was not a friend of my brother's, nor was he supposed to be in our yard at that time of night. I panicked, jumped out of bed, quickly ran downstairs to tell my mother. Once I got to the basement, I saw my brother was sound asleep. It scared me even more to know that the strange man was most likely not one of his friends. Mom calmed me down, came upstairs, turned on the outside light. She looked into the yard, but she didn't see anyone. She didn't make a big deal out of it, and I ended up spending the rest of the night with her, but I didn't sleep well. I wondered, why was the man in our yard? Where had he gone? I was also scared he might come back. I don't know the exact timeline, but it was roughly a few weeks later when a family was murdered by an intruder with a hammer and a knife in the middle of the night. The father, mother, and 7-year-old daughter were killed, and the 3-year-old daughter was left for dead, but miraculously survived. This crime sent our entire community over the edge. The police didn't seem to know who did this horrible thing or why. All we knew was that the hammer killer probably chose the house at random, came through an open garage door. No one in my family ever mentioned the man I saw again, but I asked my mother about it years later and she tensed up. The hammer killer. The case went cold. The community moved on, and I moved further south. I never forgot that man in my yard, though, and I always felt that he might have been the same man who murdered that family. As years went by, more information came out. They linked the murder to a vicious murderer and rapist of women in another community. Thanks to DNA, They also linked him to a savage attack on a couple and a flight attendant in Aurora. He was a serial predator and active in our community that whole time. Fast forward to 2019, I'm watching the news and I can't believe it. They solved that murdered family's cold case from 1984, as well as the other attacks. They flashed the suspect's picture across the screen, and my heart stopped. It was him, the man I saw as a child. He frightened me so badly, his face is etched into my memory. I said something about it to my brother, but he just shrugged it off. I mentioned it to some friends, and they said it was creepy, but there was no way that I could have remembered something like that. I thought that they might be right. Until later, the news also showed photos of the suspect when he was younger. That is exactly the man I saw. I know it. It's changed the way I think about things. It's changed the gratitude I feel for my life. What if he hadn't tripped on those sleds and somehow made it into our house? My sisters and I could have been the ones on the news. I heard something in my local bar that will stay with me for a long, long time. There's a regular who loves mountain climbing. He's pretty old now, and I guess he doesn't climb that much anymore. He's always been a pretty quiet man, but one cold winter's night, he suddenly started telling me his story. "Do you like the mountains?" he asked. "I do," I replied. "I'm more of a day tripper rather than a climber, I guess, though." "You don't go up in the mountains when the snow starts to thaw, do you?" I said that I didn't. I like snowy mountains, but I haven't ever been climbing when the snow and the ice is slippery. Seems too dangerous. "Don't ever go when it thaws," he replied. He looked as if he was deep in thought. He said that when he was younger, he and a friend went for a hike when the snow was melting. They planned on staying the night in a lodge. He carefully picked out the right clothes and boots for the trip. The melting snow was going to make the climb harder, and precautions were necessary. You need good eye protection and a hat, because when the sun rises over you, it can burn and blind you. But since it was still cold and not yet spring, the biting cold can come back in the blink of an eye. The wind is just as harsh out there in the elements. He said that luckily the weather wasn't as bad as he thought it might have been. He and his friend were in good spirits, and the pair were making good time with their climb. They saw a group of people up ahead. The group was descending as they were ascending the mountain. When they drew closer, they offered a little greeting their way. There were 5 of them, and not one of them said a word. They didn't reply or even acknowledge the greeting. Well, they thought that was kind of rude since they literally walked straight past them. He noticed something about the clothing that the group was wearing. Some were dressed for warmer temperatures, and the others were dressed for colder temperatures. Some were wearing t-shirts and shorts, and others were wearing thick winter coats. He spoke with his friend and determined that because it was partly sunny and still cold, the clothing didn't seem that unusual. They carried on climbing until they reached the lodge. They went to check in, and the clerk said to them, "Oh, great. You know what? You'll have the run of the place to yourselves. There's no other bookings, and there aren't any other climbers today. Pretty lucky, huh?" The pair of them stood there, puzzled, because they'd just seen a group of people. They asked, "Does that mean that there are no other climbers, and there won't be any other climbers today?" "Well, yes. According to the owner of this lodge, the mountain's wide open. No one's here except us," the clerk replied. Well, they couldn't get their heads around that because they'd just seen that group of 5. They spoke to the owner of the lodge a little later on in the day. They explained to him that they had seen a mixed group of hikers descending the mountain. The owner of the lodge looked visibly shaken by their story. He looked disturbed yet not unfamiliar with the idea. He said that over the course of a year, there had been 5 fatalities due to either severe weather or injuries. He then said the following: "When the snow begins to thaw, that's when the victims make their way back home." So what my friend at the bar thinks he witnessed that day was something paranormal. Those 5 silent people who seemingly didn't acknowledge him and his friend, dressed in different clothing for different seasons. They could have been apparitions. That story creeped me out, so I wanted to share it. For me, there's always something mysterious about the mountains. This is a very strange and mysterious experience that I still don't have an answer for. It all started one morning when I was on the way to college. I was in a bit of a daze waiting for the traffic light to change so that I could cross the road when suddenly a man appeared next to me and asked,
"Are you my mom?"
Well, at the time, I was a 20-year-old college student and I didn't have any children. The man looked to me as if he was in his early 30s. Clearly, I wasn't his mom. It didn't make sense. Naturally, I was pretty surprised by his question. With a little laugh, I replied, "I think you've got the wrong person." When he heard my answer, he kind of screwed his face up. It was as if he had been given some bad news, or he didn't believe what I had just said. His expression almost said, "Why are you lying?" I didn't like it. So the second the light turned green, I power walked away from him. Sorry if it's a little rude to say this, but I think he might have not been all there, you know. He could have been a few sandwiches short of a picnic. He was very skinny and wide-eyed. It looked as if he had been wearing the same shirt for days. It was only partially buttoned up. He had a rucksack over one shoulder, too. I'm pretty sure he wasn't homeless, though. Just a little odd. This was my first encounter with him, but I've seen him countless times over the years. He would wait for me every day by the traffic light.
"Are you my mom?"
He'd ask. "No, I'm not," I'd reply. That's all he ever said. It was creepy, but I didn't feel like I needed to get the police involved. But then he started showing up in other places. He used to come to campus just to look for me. One day, it all got a bit too much for me. I was really stressed out with my studies and so sick of this weird guy following me around and asking that dumb question, so I yelled at him. I think I said something along the lines of,
"Don't come back again, you creep!"
I guess said is putting it mildly. I think screamed might be more accurate. After that, I didn't see him again. A year later, I graduated and went back to living at my parents' house while I was looking for work. One night, I got a call from a friend who was still living near my college. She said that she saw my friend, and I knew she meant him. She said that even though a year had passed, he spoke to her and asked about me.
"Where's my mom gone?"
He asked. She said he scared her, so she ran away. When she told me that, I didn't pay much attention to it. I just thought, oh, I remember that guy, and not much more. I didn't live there anymore, so I didn't care that much. But when I found a wilted carnation flower on my doorstep that year's Mother's Day, I started to get scared again. I instantly thought, it's him. After speaking about it with my dad, I went to the police. It was getting to be a little too much for me. The police said that there's no specific crime against leaving a flower on a doorstep. Also, I couldn't prove that it was him that had done it, and I wouldn't be able to give the police his name. I knew nothing about the guy. I wasn't happy with the outcome, but I understood it. But I couldn't help but feel anxious after that for a while. Several months went by, and the nights drew in, and the air grew colder. One snowy winter's night, I was taking a walk. I was walking the sidewalks of my city with no real plan in place. It was cold, but very scenic. I trotted carefully as there was a lot of ice and snow on the streets. Then, something happened. Something that would change my life forever. I heard the screech of tires. I turned to see a car skidding and colliding with other parked vehicles. I saw a pileup unfold in front of my eyes. I saw the unavoidable. A car came skidding towards me, and it was too late for me to get out of its way. I awoke after an unknown period of time, and I found myself wedged underneath a fallen tree and close to a car on its side. I hurt everywhere, and I couldn't move a muscle. I was likely in shock, too. My back felt as if it were frozen to the floor. I just felt like a dead weight. Pain pulsed through my body to the rhythm of my heartbeat. I felt so hurt and so helpless. Then, the car next to me went up in flames. I struggled against the weight of the tree, but it was no good. I was too hurt and too weak. I felt that it was the end for me. It was a terrifying realization. I heard a voice. I heard it as clear as a bell.
Mom! Mom!
The voice was calling. I heard that man's voice. Without a thought, I screamed back at him.
Help me! I'm here! I'm here!
He was covered in blood. It looked like he was involved in the same accident that I was. He heaved the falling tree off of my body and dragged me away from the flaming car. I watched as he dragged me through snow in amazement. I was wrestling internally with the rage of feelings and emotions. I was hurt, shocked, relieved, frightened, you name it. My injuries didn't look half as bad as his. I don't know how he was still moving. Maybe the adrenaline was keeping him going, or maybe it was his desire to rescue me. Who knows? Once we were a decent distance away from the wreckage, he looked at me, smiled, and then asked,
Are you my mom?
I felt an indescribable feeling in that moment. Words couldn't ever do it justice. Without thought, I heard myself respond, Yes. I nodded slightly, and then I burst into tears. I cried more than I've ever cried in my life. I was positively wailing. I wiped my eyes clean. It took longer than normal because I was hurting. And when I looked up again, he was gone. In what felt like a split second, he was gone. I was alone, lying on the snow, with the strangest feeling deep in my heart. I haven't seen him in years. I don't know what he was, but I don't think he was a ghost or anything paranormal. He was as real as you or I. Sometimes, when it snows, I think about that time and I think about him. Memories of an unknown son. I hope he's doing okay, wherever he is. I am sad I never got to thank him. So for quite some time, I've been planning on spending New Year's Eve in downtown Seattle with my family. Or at least I was. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do now exactly. I'm new-ish to the area, having just moved to Seattle from Olympia before Thanksgiving. The Space Needle is just a short drive from my new apartment. I thought it would be really fun to host family and watch the light show this year. I joined a group on Facebook to meet new people. This was back in November. The group was tight-knit and was meant for people that had similar interests. I actually met 3 really great people on there. One who's been planning to join my family this year at the Needle. However, of course there's a however, I also met some creeps, I guess. At least, I can only imagine that they found me through there. I started receiving direct messages from a guy that I didn't know, and to be frank, his profile looked pretty scammy. I wasn't exactly fooled, but I wasn't immediately scared, just annoyed at another scammer. But then, I read the messages that followed, and I was a little bit more concerned. Hey, Katie, can I talk to you? Katie, you're not ignoring me, are you? Okay, look, Katie, I have to tell you something. It's really important. Please, don't ignore me, or I'll have to show you. Of course, I did ignore them, because I didn't know them. Nothing that any stranger could tell me is going to be that important to my life, right? Well, a couple of days later, I get this message. Katie, I told you it was important, and you still didn't listen to me. Sorry, but I had to prove to you that I could help you. I'm sorry about that. So confused by this, I immediately copy and paste everything into a message. I forward it to my best friend in Olympia. She tells me she's going to do some digging on this guy and see what's up. Almost immediately, she tells me not to worry. This is a fake profile. Some quick Google image search thing that my friend does. It proves that his profile picture is taken from the internet. It's not even somebody else's profile. She says that I don't need to worry, that they're literally probably just trying to get me to respond. She says I should change my password, block the person, etc. So I do. And then I move on almost entirely because it feels like nothing. Until the following night. I'm getting ready for work, and I'm incredibly disturbed when I see a heart is drawn on my mirror in the fog. I can't even bring myself to leave the bathroom, fully aware I'm going to be late for work. My cell phone for sure is sitting on my bedside table or by the coffee maker. I truly didn't know in that moment, so I just waited and listened. After several minutes, I decide to make a run for my phone. I choose the bedroom as my destination. Luckily, it's where my phone is. The first thing I do is I call my dad. The second thing I do is I call the police per his instructions. I don't leave my room for over an hour. That's about how long it took for the police to show up. They didn't immediately find the previous messages I told them about troubling. They actually didn't even ask to see the messages. The one cop told me they likely weren't connected. Honestly, they didn't seem to believe me. Maybe one of the officers because she was a female, but the other was rather dismissive. I asked if they could check the whole place, and they did. As they did, I checked my computer, my Facebook. Sure enough, I had a new message from a new person that I'd never met. Another spammy-looking profile. Only this time it was just 2 messages. Katie. Followed by a single red heart. I showed the officers, and that's when they asked me to come down to the station, saying I could file a formal complaint. They recommended I bring my laptop. They could make copies of the messages, but also they could work to track where the messages were coming from. This all took place just before and right after Christmas. It's been one of the worst holidays to date. I was really looking forward to spending time with my family in the city. Now I'm just crippled with anxiety. checking my phone every 5 seconds to see if the police have any information, checking to see if I've gotten any more messages. I don't even want to go to work. Not alone anyway. Truly, it's awful. I hate this for anyone who's had to go through it. I know it seems extreme, but I've literally been worried someone's going to kill me. Currently, my older brother is staying with me, but even he can't stay forever. He'll be here until the landlord at least agrees to change my locks. There's no surveillance around here, so unfortunately they can't help with IDing anyone. So I just wait. As for New Year's Eve, I don't know. I may just go back to Olympia where I don't have a stalker. This was something I experienced while working retail my senior year. It's been over 10 years, but it's a pretty memorable story. I was working the register, and it was during that in-between time, after Christmas and before New Year's. Stores are still really busy, but a different kind of busy, where people are less stressed and more in need of your assistance. I'm helping a family with a return. There's a man, an older woman who I assume is grandma, and a child, about 5 or 6. The man and the woman, they seem very somber. The child, well, he looks sort of out of place. He seemed like maybe he was sick, just by the way he looked, a sort of gray color. But though his expression was a meek one, it was a nice expression. He seemed to be happy. The man asked if they could make a quick return. I looked at them and then the child. I said to the man, "Sure, no problem. What are we returning today?" The man then proceeds to hand me the merchandise. It's one of those Angry Birds board games, I guess. It's basically the same idea as the game on your phone, but kids can knock around these plastic birds and wood structures. I don't know, very popular that year though. I hadn't seen a lot of them returned since it seemed to be on every kid's list. I asked the normal questions that one asks during a return. Was there anything wrong with the item? Do you want to exchange for a new one? It's at this time I see the woman walk away, the child following closely behind her. They don't leave the store, just wander near the register, and then sit near the children's toys. The man answers me saying no to both questions. I ask if they'd like to make an exchange for another toy or just go ahead with the return. The man just stares down. After a moment, I think maybe he's about to start crying. I look out into the crowd, briefly scanning for the woman and the child. At first, I don't see them, but then suddenly the woman is back. However, this time she's alone. She takes the man by the shoulder and tells him it's okay, that he can go sit down now. Grandma proceeds to tell me that they'll just be making a full return today. They unfortunately don't have a reason to exchange. I don't know if it's because I was in full work mode or what, but none of this had really clicked with me yet. Instead, I was just sort of feeling bad for the kid. He's gotten this gift, and now he'll walk away with nothing. I just couldn't let that happen. I process the return, and before the woman leaves, I say, "Oh, wait." I hand over a lollipop and say, "Here, for the little boy." The woman freezes, and she just looks at me, almost horrified. Instantly, I feel I've done something wrong, and I lower the lollipop. She continues to stare over the counter at me before she shakes herself out of it and shakily says, "The boy." I search around the store and I can't find the boy to point out. I start to think about the boy, how he looked. It wouldn't be another minute until I really understood what was happening. Confused about why she's so confused, I tell her I'm so sorry. I could have sworn I'd seen her come into the store with a little boy. Her eyes well up in tears, and without hesitating, she tells me that she lost her grandson the week before Christmas. She says they're here, returning his gifts. Suddenly, I'm crying too. So embarrassing, but it's like I couldn't help it. I just felt immediately what this family was feeling, and I felt awful I'd dragged out their experience. But then, the woman grabs my hand with the lollipop still inside, and she says, "Grape was his favorite, you know." She smiles through her own tears, and before she walked away, I found myself blurting out, "He's always with you." And then I grabbed my coworker at the register, asking if she could cover for me. I remember I went to the back of the store, and I just sort of lost it a little more. Later that night, before the mall was closing, I went to ask security if they wouldn't mind reviewing some footage. Since you can't typically just ask that without reason, I said I needed to see if someone had taken something from the display around 3:18 p.m. Of course, I remembered the time after all that. I can see me, I can see the man, the old woman, but there is no little boy. Not in the beginning when I saw him, and nowhere else to be found. I told security thanks, and then I left. It was such a chilling experience. Not scary, I guess, just sort of mind-bending. I never saw a photo of the woman's grandson, but I'm just sure that's who I saw. My friends and I were hanging out at the park after dark, smoking some Mary J. Everything was going just fine and dandy until the topic of folk tales and such came up. We were talking about Bigfoot, Mothman, etc. I decided to bring up a couple of creatures from indigenous mythology. I don't even want to type the name at this point, because I learned that night saying their name can summon them. My friends and I refer to it now as a Winnebago to avoid any consequences. Talking about the creature at a park after sundown was a stupid-ass decision. I can't say for sure that it was what I thought it was, but it was terrifying either way. After we brought it up, the coyotes in the woods surrounding the park started going nuts. I mean, you could hear them running around, howling, just going crazy. It made me uneasy, for sure, but I wasn't really worried just yet. We changed the subject and kept trying to chill, despite the noise. However, the coyotes were soon drowned out by some kind of wail. We had no idea what it was, but it just wasn't human. We knew that much. It was the kind of noise that chilled you to the bone, and you just knew something was horribly wrong. It was about then that we realized we fucked up. We're not complete and total idiots. We know what to do if you ever encounter something like this. It doesn't mean I wasn't terrified. We knew we had to get out of there, but we couldn't just run for it. That would be a mistake. Basically, the advice we'd been given was, if you heard something, no, you didn't, and you don't act like you did. Don't run, walk. Don't talk about it. Just act calm and change the subject. So that's what we did our best to do as we tried to calmly walk to my car. By the way, we'd stopped smoking long before this point, so I was okay to drive. The wailing, it only got louder though. It's really hard to try to keep the conversation about TikTok or whatever the fuck we talked about on the walk over there. I don't even remember. The walk wasn't that short either. We started getting closer when I started hearing a drum beat. Just the random single hit of a hand drum. There wasn't anything around that I could see that could be making either of the noises. We managed to get in the car and out of the park. The wailing eventually faded out. When I thought we were safe, I brought up the drum beats and how much they freaked me out. As we were talking, we slowly started hearing the wails again. This is when we promptly agreed to shut the hell up, and none of us spoke a word for the rest of the night. Moral of the story: don't talk about Winnebagos, especially if you're at a park at night. And don't talk about flesh pedestrians either. I've heard they're just as terrifying. I went camping for a 3-day, 2-night trip for the first time with my 2 older sisters, my second sister's boyfriend, and my nephew. Now, both of my sisters have experience camping in the woods, while my sister's boyfriend, my nephew, and I have no experience. The place we camp at had people around, and it was nice. The people there were friendly. The layout of the camp was some of the sites had just woods, the others an open field, and there was also a wooded recreational forest area. We were in the wooded forest area, and the bathroom was dead smack in the middle, so we had to walk uphill to go to the bathroom. Now, me being me, I'd always say, what if a skinwalker shows up? And I'd always talk about what if a skinwalker showed up. And this fact, my sisters didn't like. They'd always tell me to shut up. So, we get there, we set up our tents, and we're headed back out to get some grub. We got back, made s'mores, and turned in for the night. The following night, I was making dinner, and my sister and her boyfriend went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I was finished making dinner, my sister's boyfriend came back to our campsite. He was wearing his headlamp, and it was bright as the sun, and he asked, "Do you know where your sister's at?" And my other sister and I said, "We thought she was with you." My sister's boyfriend said, "Oh, she must still be in the shower," and proceeded to walk back to the bathroom. At this point, my sister was back 5 minutes after her boyfriend walked back, and as soon as my sister was back at the campsite, my other sister told her, "Your boyfriend was looking for you." Now, my sister thought our oldest sister was messing with her, so she shrugged it off. Minutes after my sister got back, her boyfriend returned, and they both went into their tent to talk about what had happened. After our trip was over, we got home. My sister brought up what had happened while we were camping. This is what I got from my sister's point of view. So, her and her boyfriend left to take a shower. As soon as she was done, she was walking down the hill to go back to the campsite, and she saw someone with their headlamp on, but turned it off as soon as my sister walked down. The weird thing was she was waiting for something to pass her, or a footstep to walk past, but nothing happened. She definitely didn't think this was her boyfriend, but my older sister, myself, my nephew, we all saw her boyfriend walking up the hill, and the creepy part of it is her boyfriend said that he was still in the shower. Now that I think about it, it sends a chill down my spine. If only I was aware, but it was too dark. Could it be a skinwalker? Or my sister's boyfriend, doppelganger? I was 16 and a passenger in my then boyfriend's car, who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, that roof is going to collapse. He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." Years ago, we moved our family from Indiana to New Hampshire. My husband at the time had already started a new job there, so my mother came from Ohio to help me with the move. My 3 daughters, 6, 8, and 10, like most children would be, were sad to leave their friends behind, but they were also curious. What exciting new adventures might lie ahead in a move so far away? The house was clean, the moving van left, so we packed 3 children, Mama, me, and a couple of suitcases. We also had a calm terrier, a styrofoam cooler with sandwiches and milk, and a howling cat, all into our Toyota station wagon. Even with the back seat folded down, it was crammed pretty tight. I should probably mention that it was night, the dead of winter, and snowing like gangbusters as we headed east on the interstate toward New Hampshire. 2 hours down the road, it was snowing so hard I couldn't see the lines on the road, and at times, the road either. My wipers struggled with the heavy snow on the windshield. Driving very slowly, I was relieved to get behind an 18-wheeler, and I kept my eyes on his tail lights, the red guiding me. When he turned off at one of the exits, Mama and I decided that we had no business being on the road in that kind of weather either. It was really late, and at that point, snowing so hard the wipers had all but given up. I couldn't see the road anymore at all. My only clue was the faint glow of our headlights as they lit up the mile markers to the right of the road. A mile further down, I took an exit which promised several motels. I drove to the front door of the first one that we came to. I stopped, took a deep breath, relieved to be off the road. I was about to turn off the car when Carrie, my oldest, said, "Mommy, we can't stay here. There's a fire coming. This motel will burn down and we'll die." Mama and I looked at each other. We looked at the well-lit, snow-covered building, part of a famous motel chain. We assured her that all was well, that there was no fire, but there was no placating her. She was adamant. Mama leaned over and whispered, "Pick your battles, honey." And I agreed. It wasn't worth the aggravation of an argument. I drove on down the street to the next motel, just a few blocks away. We got a room for what was left of the night. In the morning, we were greeted by a sunny day. The snow had stopped and it covered everything. It was beautiful, like a Norman Rockwell painting. After a nice continental breakfast, compliments of the motel, we re-crammed ourselves, the suitcases, the cooler, the dog, the howling cat, back into the Toyota to resume our long drive to New Hampshire. As we passed the first motel from the night before, we were stunned. Sometime during the night, The motel had burned to the ground.